All right, I'm gonna get started. Let's see here. Your regular old Little House on the Prairie. His Little House on the Prairie. Just living the Little House on the Prairie life. Yeah, horse and dog and.
This is what Laura Ingalls Wilder wanted for him.
Hey, good morning.
Oh, it's splashing. Oh, you're drowning? Oh, yeah. It looks drown. He's gonna drown. Don't worry. I got another sheet.
I don't know. I don't think we will.
Can you save him?
I think this is about where I wanted it to go. Maybe come all the way back down to 5. But
Animals. Hey, look at that. They're so dumb. You're
we'll
not
take a look at that in a minute.
Come on, guys. Hey, you don't come for me. Then you come for the week. Come for the week.
Yeah, so you're I forget what that was about. I'm trying to figure out where these lines are going, but I don't know. Maybe I'll just reset some of this stuff. No, it's about right here. So there was a pretty clear effort to flush the stock yesterday after it pushed up, and figured it would come back down to 5. So not life advice. We'll see. Yeah, this was on almost takeoff mode here on MPW. I say almost because we still need to kind of prove the SOS. So it's pushed up, it's made a higher high. So now it's either gonna have a backup. Well, it would have to do both. It would have to back up in order to advance, probably, regardless. So it's got to come back down to at least 491. I mean, that's a simple retracement. I have it coming back really low, but really doesn't have to. You just need to make sure it tests that top and then advance from there. The only major concern, we talk about like cat ears and stuff. So if you're not in this play, obviously you don't have to worry about it. But you talk about cat ears and things like that. A lot of times they form on the basis of a trend breakout. So that'd be the only thing I'd be majorly concerned about right now. I'm not really seeing evidence that that's happening, so that's good. This literally looks more like parabolic, and that makes me happy because I'm happy because this is this acceleration here, which is kind of like, honestly, it looks like a widening and then a narrowing. It's very strange. It's almost like a double flush in the middle of this weird parabolic move. I already had a backup, so like I'm feeling pretty good about it. I don't really think that this needs to do anything kind of crazy here in terms of retracements. Never say never, but I mean, there's a historic entry support right now, and you can see like it's kind of mirroring where we came in. Really, it should be ready to go if it can find that support. I do genuinely think it could end up here by earnings, so it could be at 575 again. I don't have that much confidence in the earnings report on MPW, which might sound kind of weird. I would be surprised to some degree if they beat earnings and they don't miss again, because they've been having issues with tenants. There was a pretty big set of news like a day or so ago about one of their tenants, their larger tenants, sold a couple hospitals, which is good. It's good news, not bad news. And it may sound like bad news because you're like, oh, you're losing revenue. But it has to do with like what they were trying to do about it. So my thing is guidance for it matters. So like right now, it's not so much short term that's important. It's whether like the longer term outlook has better and better guidance. Because I don't think short term for this particular security, you're gonna see a whole lot of super positive, like bullish, like yeah, you know. Um, the truth is, it's one of the largest medical properties trusts, if not the largest. I don't know, but it's big. It's like 430 something properties they own across the world, which is a pretty big deal. And so there's a lot of bearish sentiment, short sentiment on it because of issues with tenants in recent years and things like that. So going into earnings, which is it's relevant right now. I'm talking about it because it's coming up on Thursday, so it's in like 2 days. So going into earnings, I don't really have a whole lot of strong expectations that there's gonna be like major beats or something. I'm really just looking at that guidance to come back, meaning like when you look at the EBITDA and things like that, you see improvement. Quarter over quarter and like year over year, you want to see that it's kind of going in the right direction because it's been pretty red for a while. And this, regardless of whether or not you think this is like the best fundamental play, it's trading at way below. Like, I mean, it's way below, 200% below. You know, should be around $12 or something. The similar REITs or similar situations are trading at $12. And there's really nothing overly wrong with this. So, you know, we're talking about easily 200% gains, you know, in my opinion, in terms just get back to regular market value for this. So you're not looking at earnings to be like a huge beat or something. That's not really what I'm looking for. You're really just looking for that, again, longer term guidance to continue to grow and be more positive. There's probably going to be some knee-jerk kind of reaction to earnings. There was over here, you know, a bit, but this is a pretty decent one. The miss here, not the best, obviously, in terms of earnings. Revenue, you know, beat, which is interesting. And again, not going to go through this like in super strong detail, but what I'm going to say is that there's certain metrics, and I've been trying to like get a better grasp on what analysts are looking for on it. So maybe I can give you a better idea by Thursday, just to have a stronger opinion about maybe what we want to see number-wise. Otherwise, it's looking pretty good from a technical perspective. It's moved into SOS territory locally, so could be a backup. That's short-term, just back to 489. Could be technically going back all the way down into earnings a couple days from now, back to 482. Really doesn't matter. You know, maybe it runs up before, maybe it runs after. It's not really a huge deal to me. I think that from a technical perspective, there's room to go back right now, and then there's plenty of room to the upside. So AMC, we'll go back to the ones that you know people generally want to talk about more. Actually, we should look at IWM first, real quick. So yeah, IWM didn't really retrace very far. It just kind of came back and tested the creek, and it started advancing again. And there's enough volume here that it's got a lot of commitment to it. So like these were ideas about how we might move. I think that in general, we don't usually see this kind of quick bottom. So I'm not thinking that this is necessarily a long-lasting uptrend, even though there might be some thoughts that there are. I mean, I get it. I still think the general principle here is the same, which is you're pushing up, finding a bottom, pushing up, finding support, pushing up. And I just had it real low because I was thinking it was going to make it to this trend, and it didn't make it to the trend. So on the whole, I'm not like overly optimistic that it's going to continue to run, but I think there's a chance that this is going to go ahead and follow through. It's kind of a cross trend here. I don't know if I drew it perfectly, so I'm going to try my best. Let me see if I can fix that. Yeah, maybe more like that. So it's quite high. anyways, my expectation at this point, just moving these up, pretty much would be to come back up to near 227. I think they're going to try to go ahead and breach. We'll see. We'll see what happens when it gets to the top here. Go ahead and try to get up to there. And if it doesn't, then the first thing I would expect is kind of just to come back and retest the jump, because that's usually what happens. So if we can't advance right now, if we can't hold this, then probably going to head right back to the previous support. But it's not like I would expect it to just flail and fully break down anymore. So there, it's already jumped over the prevailing downtrend, the creek, if you will, where that resistance is. So now if it were to come back, maybe 218, that's about as far as I'd push it for now, because I don't want to go too far in the future. I still think on the whole this is probably some kind of a second move, double top. I don't think it's just the second part of a huge S-curve necessarily. I know that's, again, one of those things, it's like, well, how can you really know? Well, I don't. But I suspect that this is sort of an auto reaction here, and then we're going to form out more of a range sideways. And maybe eventually that range builds out to hit a spring down to 211 or something, The more I sort of stare at it, the more I think that seems likely. So this could be like an auto reaction here with a support, and then a phase B top, and it could come back up pretty high, and then you break down, and then you basically go into a support in phase B, and then you basically at that point come down for a spring action, and this is maybe where you come down low. This is what I would expect. Maybe, if it were going to range out here, this looks pretty common sense to me. And then you could basically start advancing again. Series of LPSs and stuff. Last time it took a really long time after this, right? Because it went into that support and then it hit the bottom. We all know what happened. It went really, really high at FOMC, and then it ended up, it went sideways for like a month. So it can go a lot of different ways. It's not always like cookie cutter. I'm talking about back here. Like, I think this was basically your support, and then it pushed up high, and then it came back down and just sat there forever, and then it took off. So we'll see. Looking at 227 maybe. I think what would make more sense to me would probably be to back up to 218 and then back up top. I don't know. AMC's kind of in the pocket we thought it might be in. It went really fast to get there, so that was quick. I don't think that this was unusual. When we first came up yesterday, I was pretty excited because of just the magnitude of the move, but then you start thinking about, like, well, where is that gap, right? And it was at 513, and it's like, okay, why would you leave it there? There's always a reason. So what the top gives you is it gives you two things. Like, one, this gave us a new high, right? Well, actually it gave us like three things. So it gives us a new high. Check on rising creek cross, because it's a cross creek, meaning you go across it in like a wave. And then it also gave us a new fib measure, because when you do that and you have a big move like that, now you obviously have like a bottom, and then you have a new top, and then you can measure out like fib levels and see where those are going to go. So those are things that, worth paying attention to. And all of that stuff is determining what we would then see. And my first gut reaction was like, well, it could just hold support above, because that would be nice. Obviously, if it held support above 548. But if it doesn't hold support over 548, then you're really just looking at a retracement back to 513 levels. And that's where we are today. So I had drawn out a kind of a longer winded version of this, where it could come down more slowly, and then maybe it chops here, and then it drops, and then it goes across 515. We actually came pretty low this morning. I want to say 508. So we came down pretty far, you know. We went below the 6.5 here. And I also mentioned yesterday that the 786 retracement, again, it may be frustrating that it would do that, but the 786 retracement is actually just $5. And if you look at the grand scheme of this, this could have been a short covering their position, you know, and like exiting their position. Remember that 380,000 short position or whatever it was, 350,000. I'm not getting the numbers really wrong. Probably get them wrong. I don't remember what it was. I don't know. I think I deleted it. It's not on the chart. Whatever. You remember where that was? It was like, it was down here at like 4 something, right? But it kind of made me wonder, like, if you're seeing that there's a pretty strong debt news announcement, you might just cover a position very quickly if you're short on this, especially if you were short like from this top, you know, and it might make sense. So I can't guarantee anything. Obviously, we have to be careful. This isn't some kind of an upthrust. My biggest concern right now is it didn't jump over the rising creek here, and that matters because typically in an advancement, you're going to see that it will jump over that at some point, or it'll use this kind of a pocket right here. This pocket right here. You can have it. You can make like one tool out of it. Yeah. So if you were to drive the price back up, you'd want to see it come back above this, because when I talk about the 4 top, this is kind of what I'm looking at. 1, 2, 3, 4. Although I do want to mention this because it's easy to count that here, but then when I looked at the RSI, it didn't really read that way. It kind of looked like it was already done. It was like the RSI already has 1, 2, 3, 4. This really looks like an advancement, doesn't it? Because this is very symmetrical. It's kind of strange. So I don't know. You know, maybe this whole thing is likened to a 4 top. It's easy to kind of visualize it when you look at the price action, think these are the 4. I don't know. I don't want to overthink it. It's just, I'm just curious because it doesn't really look like that on the, yeah, well, this one looks better. Higher time frames, it looks like it. Anyways. We don't want it to break down right now. I guess that's all there is to it. Because after we've already made that low, you don't want to then continue. So you don't want to immediately make a new high and then drop down and make a new low here. So all we really need is basically something like this, which is essentially like a change of direction. So when you're looking at this, you can look at the price action, of course. I just doodled it to make it sort of simpler for myself. You know, this could easily be thought of as a distribution depending on what happens, but if it makes a higher low here, it could very well continue to advance in a strong sense right through that bottom here, because if this makes a higher low, then you've really changed direction, and the next move would then potentially go much higher. And you could essentially have like a similar move to these bigger moves up where you're buying in, buying in, buying in. And then you could drive the price high. So that was kind of my TA yesterday. And it was an odd day because there was like a lot of people in here for like a minute, you know. I got some guy give me a super chat, tell me that we have to buy a bunch of shares. Everybody buy shares or something. I'm like, no, I can't say that. That would be irresponsible. But then I said, it's probably going to come back down, so I don't think I would advocate for buying shares. And he was like, you sound like a short. I'm unsubscribing. And I was like, okay, well, that was weird, you know, like 2-minute interaction. So goofy. I was just thinking about that this morning. I was like, why would someone do that? Like, so weird. But I was thinking it'd probably come back down because there's a gap now, and then we didn't check this level, and we probably, honestly, we probably didn't check 5 very well either. So there's still a pretty strong possibility this could end up at 5 this week. I know that's not what people want to hear, but it is what it is. You know, if we can see it turn back around, start advancing back above 548, I'll change my tune. But for now, I'm kind of thinking we just sit in this pocket. We got some low liquidity at 516, which is also kind of interesting because that's where the gap was created. So, well, when you look at the grand scheme of things, we've had a lot of 5 weeks because the 480 mark is where I think you've got the 485 mark is where the liquid center, or if we want to call it that, is where it is. And there's not really been a lot of variance aside from 450 and 5 here over the last several months. So 2 months or whatever it is. So, I mean, does it really surprise you that we're hitting 450 or 5 for max pain or 550? Should not. I mean, it makes sense. I don't really think much of it right now because when you're in a range, you're in a range. So it's easier for people to understand even like flat numbers, you know, not weird, precise numbers. So the idea of 5 is an easy one. So it would make sense. There's a lot of puts and calls built around 5 every week. A lot of people selling their calls, you know, above 550. So there's been a wall there, you know, to kind of keep people from having to pay up. They just want to collect premium. Can't really blame them for just trading the market when you're going sideways. So it is what it is. So I'm looking for a change of character, but it may not happen until Monday. I mean, I just got to be straightforward about it. Coming over to GME, I sort of feel like this was a given. Like it was probably going to come back down and retest. I think I said 25, but again, just like AMC, both of them went back to the levels I suggested yesterday, but they also both went below them, which is curious. And I don't know if it's a huge deal, but I find it to be kind of odd. So, I mean, maybe this one just needed to come a little bit lower in order to kind of get that traction it needed. I just think it's a little odd that they both came and dipped below. Like AMC came below here and went to 508. And GME came below 25 and went to 24, 89. So, again, flushing motion. I mean, when we talk about a flush, most people think down because of toilets, but it's really more about just the rapid movement that shakes people out. You're triggering stop losses, buy orders, sell orders, things like that very quickly. And the rapid movements cause a lot of people to kind of get knocked out of the play, which makes sense. The way this one happened, it happened in a way that I would have expected this one to come down lower, but in the grand scheme of things, we would have looked for something similar. Because unlike these bottoms, when we look at these guys, a lot of times this is basically what you get, and we've been looking at these kind of on AMC for a while, is these, I'm going to draw it the way I would normally draw it. You get these kind of rapid fire ranges where you're actually building out a very sort of compressed Wyckofian accumulation. And it looks to us like what I would call like a quadruple flush usually. And this is almost always what we kind of get on AMC, is like this really rapid fire movement. And then it finally like advances, on the latter end. And I've talked about it as like a 4, almost like I can say quadruple, because I see it as 4, but maybe it's more than that, Could count it as like 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I really just think about it as the major inward motions here. And that's what I'm looking at. So I see this 1, 2, and then 3, 4. So I'm thinking that's probably what's happening here, and it's just happening on a bit of a rise, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's back above So that whole thing would be purposeful, right? It'd be in order to cross some kind of a creek. So I've got the little pink like curvature here. That would be the where we're jumping over. You can see that on RSI, it's built a little more like this point to this point, not actually these two lower ones. So if you observe, you can see like this is the main check here back on the 19th, and then this is the attempted advancement. And again, if you look at the RSI, it kind of like makes it more obvious, I suppose. So that's it, right? Let me clean this up real quick. So that's the, I always do this, and then I have to come back and make new stuff later. But that's the general advancement. You see it? So weird, because when you look at the price action, you wouldn't necessarily see that. You kind of see it, but you're like, well, I don't, it doesn't look like a trend. There's no trend like right here to here, No, not really. I mean, and it is a little more like an arc. So if you go back and you develop like a more of an arcing pattern, that's essentially like the creek right there. The resistance, pushing up against it. And then this is where maybe my confusion was like, why did it come down lower than 25? Because that was where the support was. But it doesn't really matter. Probably not. It's still going backwards to test. So it looks good. So I don't have anything really negative to say about it. My bigger concern yesterday was that, and I think I mentioned this, was that if it developed a distribution right now, then it would be sort of not a head fake. I wouldn't go that far, but it could develop another push down, perhaps even down to like 2460 again or something like that. So just got to watch for that. Otherwise, any kind of a support build above 25 here should send you to the upside. So watch out for like a stop maybe around 2560. So I think 2560 will be a key level this week, maybe today, because that's probably where I'd stop it if I were going to stop it from advancing. And if we can get above that, we should be in good shape. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, maybe above 2560 here. AMC's crawling back up. It's heading back towards the this kind of cross trend. So this is again a very peculiar chart right now because it went way beyond. That's a weird like parabola looking thing. To me, it looks a little more like a double. Well, I don't want to jinx it. It definitely looks like a cat ear to me. So like a falling one. So that what this usually is the first ear builds out and develops like a creek, right? Sort of like that. And then the second one breaks below the first, comes back and retests it, typically doesn't break that creek. And so once that happens, that's when the S-curve tries to continue. So how will we estimate, if that's the case, how will we estimate where we go? Well, I suppose at that point it's just a matter of opinion about whether you think it's going to be shallow or not. So the shallower S-curve is just one that doesn't go full, You can see it there too. The shallower S-curve is just one that doesn't go full on to the bottom, like a 50-50. So it's going to go halfway and then another halfway. I don't want to forget about this either. We talked about this too last time. So let's recap this really fast. So I said this was M1, and then we're probably going to get an M2. Oddly, I thought it was probably going to stay low and come down, and it did, but then it just kind of went the other way, like immediately. So it was a really strange price action. But they're both there, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's very odd. So it's still kind of riding up that RSI. I wonder if this is at all. Let me check something. I don't think you can say there's divergence anymore because it already kind of raced all the way back up. It's really strange. Yeah, I don't know. I can't read it anymore, but I guess that's the part that, unfortunately, there's not much I can do about that. Anyways, so here's what I would have said yesterday. Before that big move, I would have looked for this. So this is the, let's call it a rising, right? So you look at the deeper move in between the M shapes, and there should be like, in theory, like a move that goes lower, and then the advancement usually comes back up high. So if you've got like the double M, 1, 2, this is typically where you see that waveform. And again, should make sense to you if you've been hanging out for a little bit, because you would expect this to be the top and then this to be the cross, right? And so you come back up and then you top again and then you'd come back down. So the wave does that. So typically what we see is the that double M shape kind of develops that cross here. So I would have looked for it there, and it was pretty steep. I would have expected it to come to 518 or something. We had talked about that. I said, oh, this could come up high, could drop low, and then come back up, and then come back down. And that's sort of what I'd imagined if it were jumping a creek here. Much like something like over here, for example, coming down and like hopping over this creek, for example. So you see that? So these are things that I would look for if we're going sideways, and when we're going in a diagonal angle down, if it's going to break, kind of look for this sort of reaction here. And I would have expected that before anything else. Instead, we rocketed way, way high. So now we're kind of dealing with, it's basically the same thing. It's just happening on like a huge slope here. So, yeah. So I still think it would be wise to consider 5 as a very strong possibility. And I said as much yesterday, I think, as well. So this is not anything new. What happens if it doesn't go down? Well, I'm of the opinion it probably will, but I'm going to entertain the idea that it doesn't go down, because if it doesn't, then at least we'll have an idea. So the way that a shallow S-curve might happen here is that instead of kind of retracing really, really low, some kind of a full-on breakdown or something, which, by the way, would probably be pretty significantly low. Usually it comes to the first or the second ear, so somewhere like way down here, like 480. It'd basically be going all the way back down to this bottom, which sounds ridiculous, but that is what it is. So if it's a shallower S-curve, it's probably just going to go back to the creek. So you came outward, and then you basically flatten here. We'd have to hold a little stronger for a little longer, and then it would drop, and it'd probably only go to 5. And then you'd basically have a, yeah, at that point you'd need to see like a creek jump. I think it would come all the way back up to here again. Something like that. So, best case scenario, that's kind of what we get. I think that's actually a really good situation for us. I think we talked about it yesterday too, but the pattern here that I'm looking at is very classic AMC stuff. Like we see it a lot on AMC when it's developing bottoming actions or continuing downside actions. Both are the same kind of setup, which is you get this push up, And then you kind of come down, you do your cat ear thing, and then you break down. And sometimes it goes low, and sometimes it goes back up high. It's basically just like a white coffee and bottoming range, so to speak. But usually, like this particular setup isn't this dramatic, right? It doesn't come like ridiculously high. And you can usually visualize it a little bit easier. But typically what we see is this kind of motion if it's going to go up again, or it doesn't really matter. It almost always goes back up one more time. It's stronger if this holds higher, and that often leads to a greater advancement. But again, we've seen both, so it doesn't really make a huge difference. This is sort of the big picture, what I think is going on for AMC anyways, on like the macro scale. Of course, we came down really low here, obviously, and all this stuff is like real low. But that's what I think we're seeing on the big picture. So it's more like that, right? So this is basically what I believe is like your, what do you want to call it? I guess this is the bigger motif. It's the way in which we've been trading, the behavior. So big picture here is usually I look for this return, and then if it can advance beyond that, that's where you certainly get a bigger move. There's some other things that happen in this little setup. Typically, like there's a return to kind of a center frequently somewhere in these markings, right? Is you end up with like a return back to the middle quite often. There's another wave cross down. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff we could look at. But big picture wise is this bottom coming down here. Like this is where we're going to entering that phase right now. So we would be in this region, and you're going to need to see a jump over the vertical creek, which is the one presently being made. It's currently being pushed out because this came out farther to the right. You know, and you might say, well, that's always the case, Booksy. Yeah, it is, but you don't know how far. I mean, this could chop sideways for half an hour or more, and it could be a lot long, like wider. So we're going to watch that because you're going to have to break out of that one. That's the lower creek cross. We're going to watch the, let me change the color on this real quick. We're going to watch the upward one as well. So we're going to see where that breakdown is. I think where we've got it is probably right. You know, if anything, it's slightly lower. You can see that the wicks for some reason come down below. So maybe like slightly lower, but then it doesn't match up over here. So I don't really get that. It's not really working. Oopsie. That was the link for the, I forgot to share that. On the Discord. So great, downloading more junk that I'm not going to use. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of a tough one. So I'm not really sure which one it is. So, yeah, just kind of a waiting game. I'm kind of glad it's pretty steep, though. That means it's moving fairly quickly. It's just a downtrend. Nothing fancy. But we want to see it move over that. And then we really want to see, mostly what I want to see is the strength. So I want to see if it holds above 5. And if it can hold above 5, it's pretty strong. Technically, anything maybe down to like 491 could be pretty strong, since that was a final support before this bigger drop. Oh, that would be pretty strong too. I just don't really want to make a new low. it's not that a new low is the end all be all. Some people were gonna say would say like, oh, it's just a spring or something. Well, in this case, we already went way up to break the top. I mean, if it had been lower, I might say, yeah, sure, that's reasonable. Um, and then I know what some of you are thinking is like, well, how can that matter? This was some kind of a fluke, right? No, like whether or not every single person in the market was prepared for that is irrelevant. Um, the operators will use it. So um, there's never been a time where something like that has come back to be a fluke. It's always purposeful, always. So you can't just ignore it because it doesn't make a lot of sense to you, in terms of like a range or something. It has to be taken into consideration. So I do not want it to come down and make a new low. And if it does, it would need to be some kind of crazy reversal. Let's see what's going on over here. Yeah, okay. So IWM coming back down. AMC's at 511. IWM's at 220.97. It's kind of chopping. GME came back to 25.14. This is kind of consolidating. It's starting to look more and more likely that we're going to see if we can push down to those lows. See if we can press down here. Nothing really bad about MPW right now. Just kind of watching over my shoulder. I figured it'd probably come back through here and then try to find a support somewhere between 491 and maybe 485 or thereabouts. It's already above this trend, so at this point, technically, if this is an SOS, it could chop pretty far back. It could chop the next 2 days down into earnings, and I wouldn't think it's bearish. So hopefully that makes sense. So it's going to be a bit of sideways today, and then what I'd like to see is any of these bottoms, should hold. I talked about it yesterday and said that a bottom that we make today or tomorrow, I said this yesterday about today, a bottom that we make today or tomorrow should signify a final bottom if it's going to continue. Like, that's the potential here because of where it is in the grand scheme of things. There's not really any room for additional lows beyond yesterday and today. You need to see that advancement begin. So even if we were to chop the rest of the week into 5, like I would still count that low yesterday and say, all right, well, I don't really want to see any additional lows. Today's kind of the last day in my mind. I don't know, it's maybe a bit much to say that because I know there's always possibility in the markets, but that's kind of where I'm at though. Because I had done a lot of measurements that I felt like, man, I felt like those measurements were pretty good, and I cannot share this thing because it keeps trying to like update. What's going on here, man? You're like, who cares? I don't know. I was asked politely to please share them in a couple of the channels. So I used to just do it in the AMC one, and then people were like, hey, us GME folks want to see it too because we don't always know that you're going live. And I said, okay, it's fine. Let's get rid of this. This one's extra. Yeah. Head of Secret Service resigned. Why does that matter? Yeah, he sent me like $10. That was the question. That was why I thought it was weird. He sent me like $10, and then he was like, "I'm unsubscribing." I was like, "Okay." Yeah, I think backers. All right, that's done. Let's stop that. I need to hit $10. Well, I don't want to sound like I'm just dumping hopium here, but I genuinely think this is, if this is the bottom and not about to flush down to new lows or something, this is probably the final bit of the setup. So we should be seeing an advancement. I think it's going to go up to 1388 or thereabouts, and then probably at that point crash back down to like 6 or so, come back down to the ceiling around like 615. Over time, we may actually distribute higher this time for a little bit longer, but that's my TA. So, you know, we've seen these kind of targets come and go before. They're not always bulletproof. You have to monitor. And I mean both. Like, it's a good thing because some folks may not like that we had some early targets for early July that didn't hit. But you got to remember, like, there were downward targets that didn't hit too. Like, we had early targets for like $3 and $3.50, you know what I mean, and $2.60. And those were ones that were positioned based on trajectories down from that initial drop. And those are things that they could eventually get there, you know, possibly. Just like I'm saying, you know, we could eventually get to 18 possibly. But like, those targets weren't met. And that's frustrating, but it's also kind of good because some of those targets we didn't really want them to meet, right? Like, if every one of the targets that we found was perfect, we would have been all over the map. So I think it's a positive thing in some ways because this didn't really get an adequate, like the pullback here was not what we wanted it to be, you know, and when it started to chop upward, I mean, there's just a number of things that were wrong with this setup going into July that didn't look great. So I'm glad it's taken more time and we came back down. And in the end, I'm happy that we came back down in some regards to come back to like that 480s level. You know, that's the middle of that's the middle of everything. So usually that happens before you move. I had imagined that had already happened. So when we came back through here and we took off, I'd imagined that it already happened, like that we were already out of it and that was the end, and then we might have a small backup. But seeing it there, it's like, well, there's no doubt now, like it's definitely hit it at least one more time. So there's not a real question in my brain about it anymore, which is kind of nice. Let's see where GME is going here. Looks like it's doing that thing, pushing up here. So we're kind of fast approaching that target area. Let me double check and see where it is. As I know it was on Tuesday, but I think it was like a pretty specific time. Yeah, it's pretty specific. So hold on. Yeah, I know. Well, there's a lot that could be said about it, I suppose. A lot of people are in the same situation, so That reminds me. Just gotta decide if I'm gonna roll some of these guys out on GME. I may not do it. Okay, well, it's not a perfect window, but there's a little window here between these two markers. No, this isn't really meant to predict the top. I know it sounds kind of weird, but I'm trying to use it to see if I can help predict a bottom, which is kind of strange. It seems kind of backwards to use like an upward trajectory to do that. I think that's what I want to do. Let me try something real quick. I'm working on something. Actually, it looks pretty close because if we use these as what we have right now as like our guidance for movement, if we didn't make another high, for example, I don't know, we could push out here and it would be the next one, but it's pretty tight right now. It's not very long, like long-winded. So this actually could be correct because this could be entering that bottom area, you know. I mean, there's a number of ways it could travel, but I might move this over a bit to like there, this intersection, like right in this little pocket. So there's double M cross that has to happen. I gotta redraw this, hang on. So if it hits a low, I mean, it would be close enough. I probably wouldn't bat an eye at it. But I'd like to see this. Let's see, you drop down, you'd have to come back up and check this level. And then probably try to advance down again. If this is some kind of a Wyckofian bottom, then you could do that and come down low here. What is that line, the blue line? I don't know what that is. Just some kind of trajectory or something. Oh, I don't know. I guess that would be it. And then you'd have a measure outward. This is kind of a weird thing to do, but I'm going to do it. I don't know. This is like a decent rise, drops low, checks just beneath 5, then it advances. Yeah, I mean, it's a little crazy, but that would be the way that I would think it would happen. If it's gonna continue now, as opposed to later. So if it were to make a jump here, you'd see like the double M shape. like 1, 2. So there's just 2 waves, but those 2 waves are crossing like these bigger creeks, and then yeah, that would work. And you get the deeper low, and then this is obviously just a tiny little Wyckoff bottom, like a regular accumulation. The rest of this just me making stuff up, but this is how I would exit if I were just going to exit. If it's going to do anything else like kind of crazy or huge, maybe we don't get the low here, because you could save it so you could have like an auto reaction that's stronger. I mean, this whole thing could be an auto reaction. This thing could right here. So potentially at that point, if you were gonna kind of maybe belay or delay the motion, this is where you could have like a much larger sort of a range build out for later in the week. And this is where you could maybe argue that you could have a new low down over here. So just to play my own devil's advocate there, maybe that's where you'd argue that you could come back down. This would be really unusual. This would be like a huge build out. It's still the mostly sideways. And I don't know. We'd have to just see the way it goes. These are both possibilities, because you could come down. I would rather not make another low, I know, but I'm just saying. Bigger M shape. Yeah. I wonder if this could be called a diamond bottom. I don't know. Maybe. It's super weird looking, but maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of that because it makes it easy for me to measure it. But then where in the world would you put the... I don't even know. Maybe here, I guess, and hit the low on the... That's weird. Alright, so what I'm doing now is I'm pretending like this is some kind of a diamond structure just to see what happens. It's a weird one if it is one, but... Because you know it doesn't go significantly wider here, but I think the range does widen out a bit. So, and it looks like that wind up and unwinding that we often see. So if it came down and chopped this way, I would expect it to be... Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's really weird. Look at the intersection. You probably can't even see that. It's so light. Here. Check out the intersection on this line. I'm going to make them like tomato color. Do you see that? That intersection is right on the same intersection here. They marked off 532 at like 1500 today. So that's an hour before close. So that's interesting. That's a huge amount of intersection. Because we're talking about the level 532, which has been a historic support and resistance, right? We're talking about this ascending move on the M cross down, this ascending creek, so like a whip around, right? Whip up, whip down, come back up. And we're also talking about, strangely, this, the weird part, is the, oh man, I hate when it does that. Yeah, I don't know. They're barely different. When you do that and you rescale TradingView, sometimes they change because you can actually have multiple positions within 1 degree. And so if it's slightly off and then you scale it different, it might shift. So you don't really know because it just tells you like, oh, it's 48, and you think, oh, that's 48. But then if you change it, sometimes you change it and it like one of them will change before the other, and that tells you that they're actually slightly off. So I'm trying to like make it as perfect as I can. You guys are like, this is pointless, Booksy. No, it looks like they changed at the same time. So now I think they're right. So this is interesting because it's like the widest part of this structure. I think that's fascinating. So maybe that's right. Still kind of bearing down on us is this current creek we're under. We haven't broken it, which wasn't entirely unexpected. I thought we might come out a little bit more here, but we didn't. So we're just kind of obeying the current rules. We need to jump that one first, and that would be the first wave out. So this is going to be probably kind of a boring day. I think that I think if we're fortunate, we may revisit that 532 mark today. And then if we're fortunate, we might hit our bottom today as well. And so really want to see this build out well if it's going to be bullish. That increase in volume there is interesting. I always kind of note like where it drops from. So it's dropping off of that 513 area, right? So that 513 area has been pretty pivotal. That's an indication we're diving back into the previous kind of ranged area, the range setup here. It's fascinating. I wonder if I should have deleted that line. Maybe I should have just kept it. Really not hurting anything. 40, that was really close. So I'm not saying it's going to mirror, but sometimes it's similar. Shake down, down, shake. And then walks across the middle here. It looks pretty similar to this guy. You know? It's pretty close. So I'm just going to adjust it. Yeah. But either way, potential notwithstanding, because we all know that that's possible. You don't want to like overthink things, obviously, when you're just talking about potential. But keep in mind that all things here could go wrong. But I think that this is it. You know, if I were going to say that sometime today we're going to hit that bottom and this is going to be the low it's going to be for a little while, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I know, it's a bold statement. Maybe too bold. Well, my MPW calls are finally moving now. They're not down 1,000,000%. They're only down 20% now. They moved up 20%. They're going to be jumping around like crazy until this thing ends. So I'm personally going to be buying off of 5 today. Anytime it hits 5, I'm going to try to buy AMC. That's just me, though. Please do what you need to do. Don't just follow my trades. I'm just telling you. Setting a limit order to see if we can get a good price. Under 5 or at 5. And, it could go a little lower. I mean, there's space down here. So if we dropped, like, significantly far, it'd be kind of scary. But, I mean, if we hit 485 again, it wouldn't be, like, a huge deal. My bigger concern, of course, being that creek. But there's a pretty steep one right here that we sort of jumped. So, all things considered, like, could we come back down pretty low? Yeah. Probably could. I forgot about this. We should fix this onto the chart. Forgot about that guy. Let's get rid of this one. Do you need to do something? Like dishwasher or something?
I need to run my washing machine at some point because I took the pillowcases off.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We can do that in a little bit.
I'm not in a rush.
Okay. We're almost there, Michael. Just be patient. Steven, what are your thoughts about hitting 6 on Thursday? Maybe. This is a week that I've been dancing around a couple different ideas. One is pinning it low and just sort of chopping into 5. The other is to go ahead and make your exit and leave. And honestly, I think 550 seems likely too now because of the way this is building out. You could easily see it approach 550 and the week at like 550 or something, and that would also make sense. I do think that the target that I have in mind here, though it doesn't look like we're going to hit that now, that's okay. That's not what this is about. This 641 is a trajectory target, and usually this is more of an indication of a middle. If you think about it like a waveform, it may make more sense because I'll do a little doodle. It'll take 2 seconds. Don't worry. Hang on. A lot of times in the middle of a wave, so it's a bit of a theory more than anything else, but I've noticed it enough at this point that I'm going to try to do it. And it's something I tried once before, a long time ago. And I remember it was when I was using Astro's indicator for Wyckoff Springs, and I noted that it worked pretty well to coordinate. If you can find this intersection here, then you often can identify like roughly where that bottom is. The thing is that that's not always like the low. Sometimes it's off from actually the lowest low, but it's the pivot point on the wave. So if you're in a situation like we are now, where the wave might be advancing higher, then in theory, like this could actually be like the final bottom. It's not necessarily the lowest point, but it's sort of a final bottom. Like you don't make new lows after this area. Does that make sense? So what I think I'm identifying with these intersections is actually like a series of these kind of crosses here. So if you were to go back and look at this setup, it's not horizontal, right? These are very vertical. But if you were to go back and look at it and you saw something like this, you might say like, well, that seems like a pretty strong correlation. But this is sort of what I'm trying to do right now, is I'm saying like there's a very strong correlation between these kind of rising. And you can't make S curves like rise, or you can't make waveforms rise. Maybe I should do that so you can see what I'm talking about. Because I think this is hard to understand without the, I have to kind of build it manually. So just give me a second. 507. Okay, so we're coming down pretty low today. That's okay. I think that was expected. We're retracing. So is the bottom 470? No, we passed that. So again, that would indicate previously that you were going to get down there yesterday, and it was really right after this drop. So if I go back and we can double check it, but I think it was like right after this drop. So we'll call it gravity, right? On this particular move, it's ugly, but it's like right here. Do you see this? I don't know what to say about this other than this is like hyper predictive apparently of where the end of this is supposed to be. And I think I got it pretty darn close. So I'm going to toot my own horn when I have some success here, but there's so much stuff about yesterday that to me is like ridiculous. It doesn't even, I'm like, I couldn't have possibly timed this, right? You're thinking like, this doesn't seem possible. But what I did is I measured from this breakout on the 31st through the jump over the creek, which happened on Wednesday the 26th. I did that because that's the way that I measured the bottom one here. And like when it measures out, you get the end move, like you get the beginning of the end, right? So it starts the advancement. It's kind of the completion of that. And it is the bottom over there on the first build out. On this one, I measured it out and I was like, well, in theory, like the way these creeks are going, you can see this kind of double trend down. I don't know if you guys can see that very well. I hate to add more stuff, but just so you can visually see it, I'm going to add something really fast so you can see this better. I added these double creeks down. I'm like, well, it seems that that's the direction we're going, and that you could hit as low as 470 by this particular time. I mean, it was very, very precise because I just measured it out as precisely as I could, and there's a strong, strong intersection at that point right here. Yeah? So again, say what you want about TA and about the predictive nature of it, but this is completely, all of this was done before any knowledge of any kind of debt restructuring, which is, again, mind-boggling because I'm like, well, how in the world could it have been that precise? It just doesn't make any sense to me. I can't even understand that. Even if somebody knew that that was going to happen, how could you make it that precise, you know? Like that exactly this time. You know, it just doesn't. I don't know. I have no idea how that's possible. So I just identified it. I didn't, you know, I can't make the market do what the market does. But I had identified that as the probable place that you would come down and check these. Now, did it happen there? Yeah. Did I think it was going to happen just like that? No. And you got to remember, there's like an hour erased here. There's like an hour that's gone. So it goes from like 13:30 to 14:30, you know, on my time. So there's like a whole hour here that was erased. Again, it's just like mind-boggling to think about how that's even possible. I just don't understand that. But that to me that was the bottom, right? So like when I look back on it, I can't say that I was really expecting 470. I just thought, well, there's an intersection there, so it looks like it's trying to get there. But I figured this was probably going to be shallow, and I said as much. I said I'd prefer to stay above 5, or if we did hit a low, go back to the center, liquid center, 485, not 470. So even though I said we could come down there, that's just more of where that thing was positioned, and that's the bigger trend. So if we went to 470 now, we would break that trend. And the timing of this wouldn't really make any sense. So do I think we're going to go to 470 now? No. I think that ship sailed yesterday. I think it was way too precise to be accidental. Again, I did not... I don't know, man. Maybe if I was able to better understand like how to explain this from like a holistic standpoint, maybe I'd have more legs to stand on here. Because I feel like this keeps happening, but I don't really have the explanation that people want. Like, well, just tell me how to do it, right? Just tell me what you did, and then we can just do it every time. And it's like, well, I know what I did, which is I found a wave target. Like, so it came up and it was aiming back down when it hit these tops. And so then I just went big picture and looked for that target, within a trend, and I found that target. That's really what I did. The fact that it hit like to the minute is very strange, and it doesn't make sense. And that there was a massive announcement there is even weirder. That has nothing to do with me. And it never will. You know what I mean? Like, so is it bizarre to sort of take that and say that that should be somehow like an effective methodology? No. I think I need to respect enough of the process that I've gone through the last couple of years to respect that that was a probability and that it was a high probability when we started breaking down, and then that was it. Right? And then you just find the target and you just leave it at that. And if it hits it, it hits it. But that's how I did that. So is it weird to me? Yes. It's not something that I normally would expect something like that. I just wouldn't have expected it to happen. And yesterday, what I thought was going to happen was we come up and come back down within that hour that we lost. We would come up maybe to 413 and then come back, 513 and then come back down, or vice versa. And we may hit that 45. That happened like rapidly within like minutes, within like a minute of time. It was like, bah. It went down, then back up. It was just like, boom, boom. And then it gapped way, way up, which again, totally not what I was expecting. But then you're looking back and you're like, well, then what happens to that target? Because now it's like gone. The hour's dissolved, it's disappeared. There's really nowhere to put it. It's just compressed in that little space of time. So anyways, we just move on, just keep charting it, and I don't think 470 makes a lot of sense now as a result. And I already know that people have been calling for lower lows and different things, and the folks that said 450 or 460 or whatever, they had their own reasons for that. I can't talk about other people's technical analysis like I fully understand it, and I didn't agree with 450. But just like them, like I wouldn't have expected that to have happened right there, Like that didn't seem like a natural progression of price movement. So it's cool that I got it like basically on the penny. I mean, like on the minute, which is again pretty unusual. But I would not normally this is my problem, right? It's like kind of like, how do you then explain? Because if it works, it's great. Cool, it worked, but then you have to be able to explain it. And yeah, so I think what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to develop a quick little sine wave that's on a rise so I can illustrate a point about what it is I'm actually identifying here. Because I think this intersection on this is an identification of like a rapid fire movement. And I'm going to make it kind of as simple as I possibly can here. So one of them may actually be a channel. That's possible. Ignore the fact that this is not parallel. This is a completely different line. But some of these are pointing up in like a different way, right? So some of them are looking more like, let me do it this way. Let me do it the right way. Hang on. I'm going to have to use this. So some of them may end up being like a parallel where they're basically just parallel to like that, whatever the center line is. I don't know. But a lot of these are intersecting at this point. And what I think we're identifying, though I'm not 100% sure, what I think we're identifying is we're identifying like a wave up. And here's why I think this. Because if you go to GME, so we're identifying like the point at which you hit the low and you pivot. So this is like a pivot right here. So it's more like this, right? I don't know. It's hard to describe this. So if there was a bottom, it would be like, this is sort of like the end. and then there's a pivot, and you start advancing, and then you end up back at this level, and this is the support level right here. And that's where I'm getting at with this, is like, this is actually a potential support level going forward. So this is pretty important, and I think maybe I can explain this better, but that's it. So I think I'm identifying this as a support level, and that's what we're seeing visually happen. Well, why would I think that, and do I have actual evidence that that's the case? Yeah, we do have evidence that that's the case, because if you go back and you look at, there's two charts right now that show pretty clear evidence that that's probably the case. So one of them is right here. There's a support level right around 415. And if you go back to this little previous time, and I'm going to get rid of some of this clutter on the chart real quick. The channel doesn't matter as much down here, so I'm going to get rid of the channel so you can see better. Let's just get rid of a lot of this stuff. So if you go back to this previous time frame, there's parallels that are working their way up, but there's something interesting that we noted, which is if you go back to that 415 area, which is where we end up coming back to find support, you find that these are the acceleration lines here and also here. And I'm like, that's curious, because it's not pointing towards the top. It's pointing towards whatever you want to call it. You want to call it your algorithm, I don't care. These guys are not pointing towards tops. They're pointing towards the next support level. And if you go back and you look at where they intersect, and then you observe where that is, it's actually kind of like the middle liquidity from back here, but it was a previous support and resistance level in that pocket, and then that's where we end up building out our support. So they're not actually developing, in some ways, they're not actually developing like a speed line, like that's just the final target, the terminal target. In some ways, these are developing like sort of like an apex of where the bottom is, where that pivot happens. It's very close to the pivot in this case. And then it also develops, right, according to like where the next top is. So when I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, well, I've got something pretty similar right now, and it seems to be intersecting at 643 at this particular time. I don't necessarily think that means that you're going to get there at that particular time, though, because, as I noted before, this could be like a pivot point, not an actual, that, again, is sort of showing you where that bottom is, not an actual high point. And that's where GME comes in, because when I was doing the GME comparison, I found that that's absolutely the case. It was a pivot point in 2021. Those acceleration of those creeks, or not creeks, but we'll call them trajectory lines. They're sort of trends, they're sort of not, right? They sort of act as trends, supports. They sort of don't at different times because they kind of chop around them later. But that actually acts as a sort of a pivot. It doesn't mark where the bottom is, but it marks again where that breakout is. So it's kind of strange, and I don't know if this ended up being a support at all, but it's strange because this one actually goes up and it meets them all, like in succession. It hits not really the first one, although maybe in after hours it did, I don't know. But it hits the second and the third, and then it reverses. And so the steepest one you would say is probably the most important, and that's the big one that comes from way back, and that's the ultimate wave breakdown, right? That's why it didn't advance, because when it jumped here, it basically pushed off this, then it went through it, and then it rejected. So it ends up being a wave top, right? So you come across, that's the M that we say that's more distributive, because it's the second ear and it distributes in nature. But it's curious because, again, it's sort of like the same deal. Like if this were to advance, I don't want to say I would have bet money on it, but I don't, because you can't know, this is all like speculative, but I would say that probably was going to be the level of support. Just based on what I'm seeing, it makes sense because, again, it distributes right on top of it, multiple times, especially right here, March, 12th. You can see that it tries to hold a support right above that like $65 level, and then that's the level that's targeted. And then look at the upthrust, 1, 2, 3, all through that same marker, all just barely getting above 65 here, and then going up and then up again. It drops right through it. And you really like don't revisit it till over here, and notice that that then becomes the level that you end up selling off from. So it's those trajectories are not necessarily pointing towards an exact top. They're pointing towards a support level that you have potential to get to, and I think they could act as a pivot, a kind of a catalyst point. And it may be that that termination of that catalyst point is what's causing a lot of that move. I saw something similar to that in AMC, but I never really looked at it like the big picture AMC chart. You can look at the huge one, and you can kind of do something similar in, well, I should probably just do it on here. You can do something similar on the, like the huge picture when you go back to 2020. And I always thought that was kind of curious. And at the time, I was using all kinds of different theories about what that might be. See, like this does it as well right here. So this is not just like a one-off thing, right? Like this is multiple places. So this does it right here, and it's identifying again, kind of like where is that support? And then look at later when we come back, that's where we whip around and try to find support. And you know, obviously this was there previously. It's not like it didn't exist. But it's curious again how they were identifying that before they broke through it. It wasn't like necessarily the strictest of rules per se. But that's where it was like kind of identifying that trajectory. But I always thought it was kind of interesting that if you go back and you look at the original run-up, like there's so much that points towards it going backwards in time. It's very bizarre to me, you know. And maybe what they're pointing towards isn't exactly the top. Maybe they're pointing more towards a, like a natural place of like rejection, you know, like you might hit this pivot. In this case, they look like they're right on the money, but like that's for some reason some kind of a Fibonacci projection or something, you know. And these are values that are hard to ignore looking back because you're like, yeah, it was definitely there, you know. And it makes you question a lot of things like, well, what does that mean about, you know, the idea of like a squeeze and all this other stuff? Like, I don't know. Does it mean it was pre-planned? Maybe. I don't know if they necessarily expected, you know, retail to be in that, but do I think it could have been potentially planned out? Sure. To some degree. I mean, it's really hard to ignore this and unsee it once you see it. You're kind of like, oh. So this is, and it's not even just like one time period, you know. Like this is accelerating for a long time. Like from 2018. So when I look at something like that, it's like, oh, snap, you know. Like this wave down was always kind of pointing, gravitating towards an upward move. This ain't no joke. This is like serious, you know, trajectory action. So I think that when we look at these trajectories then short term, I would interpret them as potential places of support, potential places of pivot, or potential places of interaction, like you're going to get there. And all three of those are true at different times, just depending on how you're doing those, how you're developing those, you know. And I'm betting like if we were to go back and really sit here and you know, and obviously these pivots are pretty obvious. Those are bull speed lines, you know. But I bet if we were to go back and we were to sort of develop that theory of like where is the pivot on the wave, you probably could find it. And it would just be difficult, I think, in the moment to sort of identify that marker. I've never really looked at this as the center of the wave because this whole bottom area doesn't really measure out right. You know, this isn't really the center either at that pivot. It's like those are both kind of just not in the center. I mean, they're just not. Like this bottom has a more of a center around July. This has more of a center around September in terms of like that area. But I bet if you went back and looked at this, I don't know, and found a way to, I suppose, like chart it again in reverse, we could probably do something really similar to what we were just doing, that little diagram that I drew. If we use this as some kind of like a pivot point. Again, I don't really know exactly how you would do this. I'm just kind of spitballing here, but sure. Do I think it's possible that this is some kind of like a radial motion? You know, maybe. I don't know how you would identify this like beforehand though, and that's the thing. It's like on some of these scalings you can kind of see how, oh, that sort of plays into it. But on others it's like, meh. I would say that the most evident thing to me is the top and the bottom. It's these guys right here. This is a little different. It's like this is another one where it's kind of like top and bottom. But it's not perfect. So again, it's like, how would you have known? I don't know. Maybe you wouldn't know. You know, you mess up like one little thing on these and it's all of a sudden like really different. This is like way down here, you know, if you really did the top and bottoms. So it's tricky. I think it exists. I think it would just be really hard to find beforehand. It looks better on this side. It looks really good on this side. It looks kind of sloppy over here. This is really the only one that seems to matter that much. So this is kind of where I'm going with wave stuff, because, you know, I'm doing the best I can, but I can always do better. So I'm going to try to continue to do better. And I think this is one of those things I just want to figure it out, I guess. Kind of figure out if you could identify even roughly, like, where is that low? Where's that pivot going to happen, you know? Could you identify it? Seems like you'd be able to. But you'd have to develop some kind of a consistent method to do it. And I haven't really found anything like super consistent yet. So this one's getting close. But yeah, it's more like an average. So October. Yeah, so this is where I want to go with that wave stuff, because I think it's there. I think the information is there. I just think it's a little difficult to maybe identify it and find it early on, and that's kind of the challenge. But I want to do it because I think if you can do it, you probably could get an indication of like bottoms and tops and all that. So yeah. So this is the theory right here that I was just talking about. And it's basically like you're using trajectories to identify bull targets, but it's more than that. It's also identifying like maybe potential pivot points, like where you hit a low and then you pivot to the upside. And right now I'm testing that theory with the assertion that I've been making over the last few days that it's going to hit the final kind of bottoming area yesterday into today, that you won't come back down if it's going to continue. So if we see this break out, we'll look back later and this will have been your last bottom. You know what I mean? That's a big assertion, but you got to start somewhere. Just say it. So that's where I'm going to say it is. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm not right. But at least we can test it, you know. You have to try. So I've got it. I got kind of like a pocket range for it. And then the weirder thing that we were mentioning a minute ago was the I know it's gonna mess my chart up, but like the weirder thing was this timing, because this actually somehow measured out to that drop like perfectly, and this was a macro timing of like this bottom over here to where we jumped the creek. It's really just a waveform, so I would have expected it to come down, not necessarily be perfect, but it ended up being right on that marker, which was like a weird 1 hour halt, right, where the time was compressed. It did come down, I think, and hit this downward creek. So at this point, someone was asking about 470. I think it's off the table because you've left it behind now. Yeah, like if it came down low now, it would be breaking out of this major channel. So I don't think that that's likely. I think it could come back low potentially, and that's just something I'm kind of keeping in the back of my head. Like, well, maybe, you know, it could come back down to like that 480s area again. But this is my more probable, I guess you could say. Oh, look, hey, it did that. That's good. So far, so good. If you want to scroll back like an hour, you can watch me doodle that. What I was saying is I thought that this was probably going to build out like a more of a classic bottom would, where you're going to jump over the first creek, then jump over the second, and then maybe come low after that. So this would be like an early day advancement, and then fail maybe to breach way above, potentially five something, and then come back down. And that this is somewhere around this area, kind of in middle to late afternoon or early afternoon is where you'd hit like your final low, so to speak, and then you would advance from there. So this is not my favorite because this looks like a curtain rod, which often has that nasty drop at the end. So I want to see that drop, because see how it's like flattening out here along that support. I want to see that drop really bounce, like if that makes sense. I want to see a nice bounce here out. I want to kind of erase the flat. We don't do very well with that. Anytime AMC's had like a big upthrust and then it like flattens out, it's typically kind of bad. So I really want to see it respect the trends more, not become like parabolic, flat parabolic. Does that make sense? So right now that's kind of what it looks like, and I don't like that. So I want to see it really bounce outward here, round off and come down. That would kind of erase that flattening, which again is not typically great for us. It just isn't. So this is what I'm looking for. And then I did a measurement on what could be like a diamond structure, and then this could be the rise for that diamond. You see that? It's like sort of at an angle. It's built out like that. I think that's a positive sign because we might come low, but I think it's possible, maybe even likely, that this is how it builds out. And I'm still like kind of debating this one, but if it's on a rise, you could see this quite possibly build out to 548. Because I mean, if you look at that as a rising structure, like heading this way, it's a pretty decent argument. You could say like, oh, it's going to advance like that. But this is where that marker is. And strangely, it's at like this particular place that intersect like three things at like 532, which is another level that we like. So I was like, maybe. I don't want this to flatten out and drop far. I want it to flatten out and drop, but I want to see that drop stop like somewhere around 5 and not really advance. And then that's it. I really think that would be the last thing if it's bullish. If it's bullish, that should be it. This is a more like moderate one where you're kind of going flatter this way. This one respects the trajectory more. So there's that. This outer one. This would be cool though. This could actually build out to a big move like midweek. And then what's crazy about it is depending on where that is, you could see a pretty massive, it could be here. You can make that argument pretty easily. Anyways, you would make a if it's a diamond and it breaks there, you could then make an argument that this goes, well, back to 648. Oh my gosh. Or 640. There it is. What? Are you serious? Wait a minute. Did I do that on purpose? So wait, 640 was where that intersection is. Now wait just a second here. That can't be right. Okay, that's the measurement there. That's like it's not really a diamond per se yet, but it could be. I think it's a winding and unwinding possibly, which is sort of what a diamond does. If it breaks out, how do you do this? Do you measure just from like the middle? All right, maybe I should just stop showing off and let it do what it wants to do here. I'll just keep my lines on the chart. I'm not gonna show off with any kind of crazy predictions here. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of these like squiggly things because I need to look at something, and this is pretty cool. So if you look at the center here, and then you go to the exit, this would be the exit here or here. Both of these measure out in different ways, but they both kind of work. Here, let's just get rid of the orange lines. Since I've got these arrows. I'm not sure which is which. Right now, this bottom one is actually being really respected locally, but this early one was, I think, more respected. So we're gonna ignore, not completely ignore it, but we're gonna ignore that stuff right now. And then, oh man, yeah, look at that. And then proportionally, what? This is a magnificent structure. So, all right, so what I did is I took the potentials, like if this is a wind up and unwinding, this is where it would stop on this side. Right here, this is Wednesday. But note that when we were talking about upside, we were saying bottoms on Tuesday. Final bottoms on Tuesday, potentially. So one of these actually goes from like 542. How do you know that though? I don't know. How do I know that? Let's make sure it's right. GME, I'm just watching 2560. I want to see if it can, if it breaks down here or if it advances here. Super simple. So how high does that go? Oh, that's kind of interesting. That's the 50% marker. On one of them. It's not on the other one. I bet you it's that lower line. Oh, it's right there. It's at 519. Did the point book see? Well, the point is, so a diamond typically breaks with the momentum of the width of it, like the height of it. So that's the target, and usually breaks like more flat. So if it were breaking out maybe like sideways, it would be not that much higher than this top, you know. Maybe it'd come up a little bit higher, but it wouldn't come much higher than this top. But if it breaks out at like more of an angle and it doesn't take the flat approach here, it's sort of a tilted move. Wait, did I just do that? I just moved that down, didn't I? So what I did is I took it to my target. This was the intersection, like the pivot point target. Oh man, please be right. I really want this to be right. This would be a really huge breakthrough. Need something like that. Okay. Yeah, it looks like that's going right to that target, so I'm not fudging it. I just did this measurement and applied it backwards from where I think the target is at 640. And then I'm watching to see if this quote-unquote diamond structure would get there. I took a cross trend from over here on the bottom, applied it across to the middle, through the middle here. That's the middle, timing-wise, over here on Wednesday. What's interesting is it looks like it's taking off from that 538 marker, which, again, it's going to get kind of complicated here, but that I got from doing reductions down to 470. I know it's not the same as 532. It's pretty close, that pocket region right there. We've approached that quite a few times. So it seemed to suggest that yeah, I don't know. This is a weird one. So I had this drawn out. I should have just left it. Why do I do that to myself? I should just deal with it and leave it. I had this drawn out here like this, and then it would maybe hit a low, and then potentially advance high. I don't know if it's going to go that far, but yeah, maybe. I actually think I had it going down again. This wouldn't be really necessary. Yeah, so that works because you can see the we technically go above it, wouldn't it? If it were like perfectly symmetrical, you'd expect it to come back down on top of that line. So whatever, it's just basically like a bottom push up with support, and then around the 50% area, and then a push up again, and then you would come back down on this this particular wave. Should have like a downward move after that. So we go to like, maybe it would even go as high as 480 something, but it probably only go up to like 4 something, and then potentially Wednesday you take off. It's a really good structure. Yeah, 1, 2, and then a little one here. It's got it way smaller, but I think it would go back to at least 50%. So this is possible. Very possible. I'm not sure about this ending. This might be a little bit higher up like that. Just depends. I don't know. Depends on how low this first drop goes. If it goes like back down to here, I think it could be done and just advance. I'm just timing it out based on what I'm seeing on this side, but I'm also like noting that this is really close to what I had drawn before. I was thinking about diamond structures and symmetry. And then what really boggles my mind is that markup, that it's a 50-50 move around. It can't be a coincidence, can it? 640. So 640 is the trajectory target that I was just talking about with the this kind of wave theory that I'm working right now about what may be constituting like pivot points. And it doesn't mean that you get there at that time. It means that necessarily, though that it's happened before, as I demonstrated in the stream earlier. It's happened a few times, but it's more about that level as a yeah, again, a potential high for the SOS. And I've had that on my radar for a bit because I was looking back here at like, this is probably where we're going to come up in SOS. Maybe it happens a lot sooner. Maybe it's like here. It's just the target. So it's just the target for this breakout. Still think 450, 460 before we go. Well, I disagree, Dave. That's a breakdown of the big channel. So I think we would be in big trouble if we went down there right now. But I understand, got different TA. I think 470 was as low as we were maybe going to go, but that's the liquid center at 485, and we hit that yesterday and had a super strong reaction, which is undeniable. So if we make a higher low now, I don't think it's going down again. And if it went down again now after pushing highs, that's a up thrust. I don't think it's gonna. I don't know, man. I'd be really nervous if it dropped again. I think it would be a distributive action. So, yeah, if we would not only with that, but we'd lose this big macro channel for sure if we went down to 450. So it would be like, oh, we hit a new high and then we made new lows. That sounds bad. That's like the distributive action. Maybe at that point we just go ahead and head to 380. No, I think this is it, man. I think this is the pivot. I think we're going to pivot. I don't know how exactly it's going to look, but I think it's going to be something like this. I think we're going to build out to like 530, which has been our common support, high liquid support up top. It's right where it needs to be, y'all. It's like positioned really well. And then the diamond break here gives you the wind up and unwinding gives you a break target of 640, which is that pivot. It's like too perfect. Makes me wonder. Well, I'll tell you this much. If we end up hitting 640 this week, that would be a big deal for a lot of people. And that's very different from what I was saying yesterday. Because what I was saying yesterday was like, you know, keeping an open mind is like you really don't have to go up now. Like if the desire was to just keep it flat, any kind of sideways here could be thought of as like a consolidation. So really going sideways above 5 into the end of the week, you would expect that as consolidation. But really what I want to see is I want to see that advancement start. And I think that it's built out. And we could end up at like 6 or something, or back down to 575, you know, end of the week. But it's there. The creek can't come down much lower now. So we already pushed above it. We already raised it. We already made a new high. We pushed higher than these tops. It's an SOS or it's a UT at this point. Big SOS with a backup that then advances, or it's probably a UT and then it's going to lose this range and have to build out again lower. And it could be, yeah, maybe that's where your 450 comes in, but that would be a significant change from what this setup looks like right now. I just don't see it. Yeah, I think this is kind of what I'm looking for here. This could end up being a lot faster than I thought, more like early August. Yeah, it looks good. It looks too good. It's too good to be true. That's what people will say. Can't be true. probably be easier to buy into this if you guys could see what I'm seeing, and it's not just like a garbledy-gook of like lines. I know what I'm looking at, but I mean, I doubt other people look at this and think it makes any sense. I'd have to go through and like explain every one of these, like meticulously explain them. Probably get rid of a few of them that aren't really serving as big of a purpose. This one's kind of like that right now. It's important, but it's not the right one to draw. These guys, I don't really need them. That was just to illustrate where those speed lines intersect and get the price target. The channels and creeks matter, so I have to leave that on the chart. And I think it'll matter because I think that's where the SOS is going to build, like right here. This little note that I put on the chart is about what happened yesterday. You got a new high, which is important. It checked the rising creek here, which is important. And then it also gives you a fib measure, which is right where we're at. We're at the golden pocket for that fib retracement. I hope that's not true. Might be true. So at this point, really what it's doing is it's trying to change direction. As you made a higher high, you have to now make a higher low. And if it doesn't, that's just an upthrust. That's a huge upthrust, and it's going to come crashing down like hard. So, yeah, this would be like an S-curve, essentially, like a monumental S-curve, if it doesn't. So that's about the only way I can see it's getting to 450, and then we're way out of the channel and everything. It's complete. I won't say it's a complete reset, but it's a big change, in my opinion. Now you're below a lot of really important trends, so it's a harder sell, I think, to make it bullish. This looks like it's done, doesn't it? Look at that rise to that higher low there on that flat RSI. And that low it hit the same RSI points down here on Thursday as it did way back here on June 25th. And we're way up high. We got oversold. Now we went overbought really fast, but that's also because we have this crazy move. But look at that build out, like this went the opposite way. This could very well be your SOS in reverse. It sounds weird. But again, that idea of winding up and unwinding and the way those positions tend to work. Man. It's like very little that looks like it's going to change my mind. I think we're going to be up at this marker. I think we're going to make it this time. Yarn ball. That's the funniest thing I've heard. That's a good one. That's super good. Let me get rid of this. We don't need that one. I'm going to start deleting some of these that I think are less significant. Probably don't need them right now. I'm not going to get rid of this one. I think this is pretty important. I think this signifies like a reversal. It could end up being that this is where we lay on support later, and I don't want to delete it too quickly because not that everything is an inverted head and shoulder, but it might present that way where this is like a support. So I can't get rid of that one just yet. Let's get rid of 573 because we hit 575. Looks like there's another 573 there. Oh, that was the box. Can't get rid of the box. That's important because it's a measure out to the top. Just cleaning up stuff. Yeah, I mean, this is the creek that it got hit. So this is it. I mean, it's a termination right there. I don't have anything else to say about that, though. So it didn't hit it. It went right on that. I mean, literally, this is crazy. Still can't believe that. Like right to the marker. It just boggles my mind. Just with the news announcement, I think that's just crazy. That's probably about as good as I could do right now. I cleaned up a lot. Looks better. Yeah, I don't really want to get rid of this or this. I just don't, yeah, I don't really want to get rid of anything else right now. Oh, that's it. Yeah, I think this wave is done. I mean, I think it should be finished. We should be going into a new, this is a down cycle here. And if you measured it out, it's 50-50. So this wave is either going to, try and then fail, or it's going to break out. I'm still wondering if we're going to get down to 5. I still want to see that push out. It is pushing, so that's good. And this is great. 25.50 on GME. We're looking for 25.60 and see if it can find support over top here. This looking good, kind of deviating away from what I had suggested as possible downside and continuing on the upside path here. As long as it can get above here, I just can't reject. This is the marker I'm looking at right here. I want to see it get above there. And then if it can, you should, really, I don't know how quickly it would happen, but you should come back for support and then start an advancement. Kind of plays into the idea again of Tuesday being the last low here on GME, potentially. I wouldn't put it past them to drop it one more time, like maybe right here, and not go down, but like go back to like near 25 and make a higher low and then continue. I wouldn't put it past them to do that. So just watch it. Maybe it'll be like way up here though, I don't know. I'm going over MPW because I mentioned it needed to find support at 491 or maybe a little lower. It looks to me like it's trying to find support on 491. I don't know. I usually doubt this kind of cookie cutter move. It's like too good. It's too perfect. So again, I'm watching it. Maybe it's got some kind of a cattier business going on here and it's going to drop down. This reaction's fine, but then like the secondary reaction got stopped at 494. So I'd be curious if this potentially has like a downward move here. And it may. What it would do is it would have to go back and check the creek that got jumped, which is like way down here. That might make sense. That would probably be a back test on like this area here. This support right there. It looks like that's what we'll probably do. Maybe back down to 489 or so. So we'll see. This could actually build out quite a while into Thursday. I mean, it doesn't have to go up now. It could just chop down all week for all we know. Next 2 days, be sideways and down. Pretty cool. All right, well, so far this little build out that I did earlier seems to be pretty accurate. Just kind of wait and see what happens here. I would like to see it move up more. I'm starting to see that build out now farther. I don't want it to flatten. I want it to kind of see it bounce, push, make a new high here, and then drop. That would be ideal. If it dropped right now, I guess it's a little more linear. That's probably fine. So either drop right now or go up farther, out farther, then drop. So probably be about an hour from now. Maybe, but probably not until we get to like 14 or something. And that would basically save the company to some degree. So I would expect them to be patient. Adam Aaron said in his, evidently, I saw someone had posted it, and he said something like, we're looking up for the rest of 2024 and then into 2025, 2026. So he's seeing a box office recovery as imminent. and that really the first half of 2024 was going to be the weakest, which he'd said last year too. And now he's saying upside. So with the debt restructuring news, the possibility of even turning a bunch of that debt into equity, it's a big deal. You know, you're getting a lot of wins rapidly, and then you're going to have some pretty big movers over the next few weeks, blockbuster type movies. I think that you're going to see good showing at the next earnings report. And even if it's a miss, we've had multiple earnings in a row that have been pretty green. So Vanguard is betting really heavily on AMC right now. They are heavily invested. They own over 10% of the company's shares. So of the shares. So like they're deep in it like right now. I don't think that's insignificant. That there's a pretty huge institutional player that's watching it. So it doesn't always mean it's a good thing. Sometimes institutions are short. They do have a small short position. For all we know, they covered it yesterday, and we don't know. It's like 350,000 shares, which is a lot, but it's compare that to their 30 plus million that they own across different things. They own 30 plus million shares. So like over 30 million shares. So there's a significant gap in those numbers. One seems more like a hedge. The other seems more like the direction they want it to go. So do I think they'll dilute? Maybe, but I think it might be after a time. Everybody is so bullish on these near-term targets. Operators are deliberately delaying. I mean, kind of. On the one hand, I would say there was a delay perhaps like early on here. But then on the other hand, it's like, well, the waves don't really measure out to support that early run either. And I had pretty much presumed this was going to be like an early advancement right here. And we didn't. And it was kind of evident here when it started doing stuff. That wasn't in line with what we were thinking. So lots changed back here in terms of timing. And after that, nothing else has really changed. So the timing was built out to be August, basically. And I think I had said that a while ago that, like, if we didn't move in early July, then really you weren't going to see much probably till about August, because there wasn't really an opportunity. If this downturned, it didn't seem like there was much of an opportunity to rebound quick unless it happened like right here in the beginning. And it didn't. Remember this day on like the 11th? This is when IWM was running, and we just were stuck in the mud. That's kind of like the day that was like, yeah, all right. And then the timing thus far is ever since then, since about the 11th of June, has been pretty much correct, because the rest of this is built out, according to the size of this first wave to be essentially equivalent. And so I don't really have any reason to suspect more delay. This move was clearly like rapid fire, and that to me is the opposite of delay. It's kind of like a rush through a bunch of stuff that I thought was going to take all week, happened in like a minute, a matter of minutes. So I think there's a healthy debate that could be had about whether or not this is going to delay. And that's what I was saying yesterday is, like, if I were going to delay it, if I'm an operator that's like not bullish and just kind of don't care that much about, or maybe if I'm an operator that's more concerned about making the market maker happy or something, and just keeping the stock flat, then you could just chill out at 5. You're not going to get any kind of, extra ammunition for a move up. You're just kind of chilling out. There's there's no calls running into the money. You can kind of just go another week, and that's what's been the typical MO. So the question is, do I think that people would normally have been starting this week, aside from, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's other people that were calling for bigger upside like me. I don't know. I don't really follow that many people. But at least not on the whole. It seemed like most people were pretty like upset by the lack of move in early July, and then you have I'm sitting over here saying, well, I think it's about to be finished, and it's a hard thing to say when you say, oh, I think it's going to come back down, but that's going to be your bigger downfall, and then it's going to reverse. So aside from that, I don't really know who's bullish up until yesterday. Like, were people screaming bull stuff before then? I don't think they were. Most of the people that were talking about stuff in here were saying that other people were talking about coming down low. I heard a lot of 450s and 460s and stuff like that. I mean, they were like, what do you think of so-and-so's target of this? What do you think of so-and-so's target of this? A lot of people were expecting to come down farther than where we did. So I don't know, man. Is it bullish because of that news? Probably. And then the bigger question is, do I think that an operator would purposely delay it because of the bullishness? Only if they really wanted to sell more shares, or they really wanted to chop it. I don't know why they would do that exactly, just sell off some shares, but because there's no other reason to absorb the buying, it just doesn't really make sense. Again, unless you're planning on dumping it, hardcore, then you might delay it. So I was thinking the only reason you delay is because of max pain, but I'm kind of against that now. I'm starting to think that perhaps I wasn't thinking big picture, because on the big picture you would have no reason to sort of, aside from just kind of letting people think it's dead and it's not going to run, which is often what happens on the end of an accumulation, oh, it's dead, it's not going to run. But maybe that's already happened right here, boom, and then you don't have the element of surprise anymore, so then you just go. And by the end of a range, we would expect there to be a lack of respect for max pain. A lot of the things that I hear are that the market doesn't have a gamma ramp, or it doesn't have this, or it doesn't have that, or everything's low, and I'm like, well, max pain is a great arbiter of sideways action often, because it signifies sort of a desire to pin the stock. But I would argue that we've never seen max pain shoot to a high target all of a sudden right before a move. There's often a bunch of kind of counterplays that make max pain look kind of reasonable. Does that make sense? I don't know. I just don't I've never seen it oh, it's suddenly max pain's up at $10. Look, they're giving it all away. They're showing us where we're going to go like that. I feel like that's never happened. Usually it's oh, it's paired with something else that makes it kind of look like it's stuck. It's not going to go anywhere. Once we hit an SOS, that's when things change. So that's when things are debatable. Well, it's small and it came down a little more, unfortunately, a little flatter than I'd like. I wanted to see it move up, then drop. But I think we're going to go ahead and do the drop. I'm looking over here and it looks like it's pretty much done. The cat ears, the bigger ones. So I think that we're looking at a drop now. Where would it be? Let's see. Probably in the middle. Yeah, right there. So maybe down to 498 or something. I think we'll probably drop below 5 if we drop right now. It'll be close. If we drop this little range under 503, I don't know. It really doesn't matter, actually. I suppose it could be 502, 501. As long as it goes below there, just slightly, it'll test liquidity. Makes a little difference. I don't know. I have my orders set. I'm ready for it. Let's get it over with. You know? Yeah, I can't even draw this thing anymore. It's so bizarre. I think that's pretty close. It's a bit challenging. Yeah, I mean, it could be quite low. It could be 497. It's just somewhere down here. Like, it's right in this little pocket. So see the liquidity gap there? It's either going to hit this liquidity gap at like 501 or this one right beneath. Both of those are pretty decent targets. It would be one of those two. We're setting up pretty high, so it makes me wonder if we're going to really go that low. We may not. I'll tell you this much. If we don't go, let's say we go to like, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Anywhere between here and like 502 or 501. If we go down here and we cross the creek, I think there's a stronger chance that we won't continue it down further. Like we probably would, at that point, that's where we jump. Decent chance that you then recover from that point forward, you know. As opposed to dropping like straight through here to a low quickly, then you've got time, you can kind of build out. Because once you jump over this yellow one, it's kind of, you're sort of done, you know, with that structure. So I genuinely think this makes the most sense here if we stay below the yellow. Something like that. And if we come back above, there's still an opportunity because we didn't make a new low yet. There's still an opportunity to come up high. If we come up high again, I want to see a big push. Yep, big push to like right there. Either way, it's fine. Looks good. You're welcome, Chris. Appreciate it. Oh, I don't know. It's looking pretty slick. Should be fun. Last time I left over lunch, this happened. Somebody's like, it's going to be the same thing. This is your primary sell-off, you know, like this should be it. See the volume increasing like pretty drastically. It's the end of the structure here, so you would expect there to be a drop, and this should be the heavier volume. So if it has heavy volume into this lows and then it doesn't go anywhere, I think that's good. It's a lot of effort, you know what I mean? Someone's trying to drop it hard as buyers are buying. So it may just dump really fast though. I'm a little nervous because I think I like to see these things like do what I like to see them do, but I do wonder if we're gonna try to get near this previous bottom, like potentially close to it. So there's a possibility there. Like we try to get like super low or something. It comes like a penny away from it or something. I don't know. I don't want to watch it when it goes like bleh. It's always like nerve-wracking. We may not get far today, you know, like if we come up here around this area in 530s, if it rebounds early, then yeah, we may not go beyond that today. I mean, I wouldn't imagine we'd ever get above 532 today. It's just me. No matter how I drew it, it didn't really make sense. But it would be positive, or mostly, or what was it? Where did we open today? Did we open at like 5:30? So basically, it'd be like close. It could be like a candle, like almost like a hammer, like a red hammer today. That would be good. Red hammer candle on the daily. Maybe close like slightly red at like 520s or something. Well, worst case here is just capitulation down, you know, like just giving up, I suppose, the supports and yeah, not going. So are they gonna not drop beneath 5? Come on. It's pennies, Booksy. It's pennies. Still, there's a lot of volume already. It's got to go. It's got to go down there. It has to test. There's just going to be a lot of orders, I think, in this area. So it'll be a little tricky. But part of me wonders if they avoid 5. They just don't go there. They don't fill the orders. Just because. I don't know why they would do that. Maybe they don't want sellers to sell there. The 786 was 5, so there's going to be a lot of orders at 5. For sure. I'm actually just going to go ahead and do a market order because I don't really want to wait. And I want to have a good lunch. I don't want to have to like think about it. I probably could get a better deal, but it's like barely any difference. Yeah, I'll take it. I don't care. So 504 was my number. That's fine. Look at that. I pushed the stock up 2 cents. I'm just kidding. I didn't do that. There's way more volume there than my order. It would be funny though. Don't you think? Man, all right. I still don't like how flat it is. I still feel like it's going to try to dump it, but I'll come back later. Hopefully I will miss the part where it dumps and recovers. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set an alert at 492 again. I think that would be a strange place to come back below. And if we did, I'd like to see it make support above there. Otherwise, I'm not super concerned at the moment. It looks like it's chopping along. It looks like it's chopping along this creek, and it hasn't really made the jump yet. It's kind of like trying to, but just failing. See that? It's like whipping around it. So I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot of space to reject and do other things. Let's get rid of that. I think we're working our way out, though. So now this creek is not being met if it doesn't drop immediately. So we'll find out. It did come down and make a new low. Maybe it's a spring. Maybe that was it. I don't. It's a weird place to do that. It just feels like it's not right. This looks like an up thrust to me. And then a downward motion. So checking the top, checking the bottom. Then we'll make a decision somewhere off the middle. So probably make a decision off of 508. I know it's really tight here, but see how it went high and then it went low? So it like had a top and then it went high and then it went back down and retested the bottom. So it's checking liquidity around 508. So 508 is going to be a pretty important marker for us today. We'll want to get back above that with support. They're using it as a sort of a center mark, I suppose, for this little bottom area. I don't know. This sort of works with what I drew, but it wasn't quite what I imagined. I'll just leave this on here. So I'm going to take a lunch. I'll leave my chart up today. If those want to hang out, share with each other your ideas. I'm going to move GME. I'll get rid of the VRVP so it's not so messy. But I'm going to put GME next to this. And I'm not going to show MPW or IWM. Mostly because I'm not really thinking that MPW is going to do much today. I mean, it'd be cool if it broke out, but I feel like it's so close to earnings that I'm tempted to also imagine it just waits and nothing happens. So I'm going to put these on the 6-minute time frame because I'm a weirdo. I like the 6-minute time frame for RSI. This doesn't look bad. Not too bad anyways. This actually did come back down, so that's fun. That might be it though. I'm not sure if it'll get all the way back down. It might make a higher low. So yeah. All right, I'll be back closer to close. So you guys have a good one. I'm not going to turn it off. I'm just going to mute it. Okay, let's fix this screen up a little bit. Well, I picked the right level today, didn't I? But it did not want to move above it. My levels were good. This is good. It's a weird move. I don't know, well, I would say this is good, but it's really not that good. So it looks like a double up thrust on RSI. Let's see. We still have an hour. So in terms of like advancing, we got kind of a mixed bag here, don't we? A lot of Glens. Glenn Miller. Oh man, it's like a nightmare. So many. Yeah, I don't know about that. This is not bad. It's just not really what I wanted to see. I don't know if it's actually, I don't know if it's bad or not. I'll think about it. I mean, we're on top of this level, which is basically like a, you know, a shelf. I'm a little worried about that big push-up right there. I'm worried it's going to try to drop now. And we've already made these advances, so it's a strange time to kind of like drop again. This was my last intersection right here. So this is the last one that I have anyways. There could be more, but that's the only other one I've got. It seems to me that this is going like, I don't know what to think. Let's just fix this real quick. Well, we'll just leave it there. I could just click over. It just looks like a longer version of what I was talking about this morning. So there's a lot of volume trading on GameStop down here. Oh, maybe not. It just looked like it. Yeah, this just looks like a cat ear kind of setup. So I think I was right. I had put it over here earlier, like this. I think this is possible. Now, if it holds, it won't do that, but it's looking like 1, 2, 3, 4 push-ups here to try to get above the top. At 2560s, we're just having trouble. Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking. So that worked. Now it's just dumping. I'm wondering if it's going to end up coasting into earnings after all. This is kind of going the opposite way. It's interesting. Well, maybe it's just very bullish. But for some reason, they're still shifting positions around in this ETF. What's one thing we noticed when we were on Fintel the other day was there's a lot of fund purchases from Vanguard. Yeah, but it's elevated volume. See that? It's an elevated volume down here. So it's they're purposely swapping shares here around 510. And yeah, that's all there is to say about it right now. That was really close. That ends up being the bottom. I guess we'll find out. I'm trying to like rest my eyes a little and to see if I can see what something that I missed, because I'm not really seeing the. This is odd. I'm not really seeing the move. Like there's a walkout here, which is fine, and I knew 508 would be important to get above 508. We've been chopping on it for a while. Starting to think that build out that I made may be a little off. That might be what I'm getting kind of distracted by it. It's tricky. Can't really tell. Yeah. Now, maybe they're parallels, and that's part of it. Pretty close. There usually is like a parallel structure on these. I did a long time ago a analysis on, I think it's 20 degrees. I did a long time ago an analysis on this kind of a setup. It's the same bottom I look at all the time. And I did it when we were, man, it was a while after August 2022. Maybe it was early 2023. Because I remember it was like a similar bottom to the August 2022 bottom. And I thought that I needed to do that. And I found that there was a series of parallel markers set up. And one of the things that was noted was that once you break out certain levels, you should follow these parallels to some degree. And I'm thinking that the way we did this earlier might not be that wrong, because we were trying to find a really clean sort of setup here. And it was based on a couple things. And now I'm like looking at it thinking that we may have done it right, but we may have just used kind of the wrong angle. But this is all the way up at like 21. It's pretty different. So actually, I guess if you use this lower one here and on the second move, and then you use 21, that should give you like the same, roughly the same angle of incline. There we go. Okay. So I think we had the right idea. I think we just used a slightly off angle. So now what I'm concerned about is that this is some kind of huge double like cat ear deal where it's like pumping up and then pumping up again, and then it's going to flail down. I don't want that. But that's kind of where it's heading. I got rid of that. If it can't advance right now, because you'd head back low, real low, potentially to check some creeks you left behind. It's just the idea of it is you're trying to make certain advancements, and if you can't do it, then you get stuck. I think this is it right here. See that? This guy. So earlier I marked this off, and I actually think I did something like this, like right here. And I put this up there thinking it was going to go up top. But see how flat it stayed? It did go there, and this is definitely a waveform cross. See right there? See that little move across? But then this one, so this is your structure basically. So I'm trying to say. I know it's a little odd, but this is it. Pretty sure. So I'm a little nervous now that what we're doing is we're seeing this inclined distribution. I really don't want to get stuck. Because it stayed really flat, and that was not what I wanted. I talked about how we really wanted to see it push up and out. Instead it just flattened out, and now we're just seeing like a push up. This is kind of like what happened to us, frankly, in the August thing, where we had that big move, and it took a while, we got back down, and we spent like 10 months going sideways, and then we have this last minute up thrust, and then we dropped through the floor, and we went really low on that reverse split. So I really don't want it to do that. I want it to find strength here and get out of this trend down. We're kind of just walking our way through here. I could be a little bit off because this could be a little flatter, but I think if I am off, it's not enough to like really worry about. I think that's it. This is the main path we're taking down. Yeah. So I don't want it to start resuming this trend. I want it to leave here. So we want to see it break out and go ahead and head towards 528. And then these other ones, which are ascending, again, they may seem like inconsistent, but they're actually part of this because this is where you're building out, and there's that. See, there it is. We did it. Yeah. Well, at least we know we got it somewhat right. That's the bottom right there. Is it wick down to it? So that's good. So we got this right. So these are the ascending ones. This is actually probably your main structure here. So if you're walking out, I know I drew it higher earlier, but if you're walking out of here the same way you walked in, and this is like roughly halfway, that's not actually the case though, is it though, Booksy? This is a weird wave. I don't know. I still think we might try to dump it one more time. Like low. It's a weird little gridded view of it. Very mechanical looking, isn't it? I wouldn't suppose that you would want to do this, but if you did, you could take an ascending channel, sort of maybe a by an ascending channel, I mean like maybe like a Fibonacci channel or something. I bet this would work somehow. Okay, there's a bit of weakness here, so we've got some problems. I think we're gonna have an issue. if we can't get out of that marker. It just doesn't look like it's come down enough, you know. This is a pretty low time frame. This is 6 minutes, so it's just chilling out in the middle. I'm saying that there's I think there's a need to kind of revamp and start moving back out of here is what I'm trying to say. Like, so this yellow, if it gets stuck here, we drop. This basically just turns into a big, I know it's a bizarre kind of setup, but if you look closely and imagine this as again, like and we talk about like creeks all the time in here, right? But if you look at this as like a flattening, I said I didn't want that because a lot of times what happens is that we make like a false advancement and then we don't end up moving forward. And it reminded me of what happened to us, I think August last year, when, or the Judge Zern decision, whenever that was, it wasn't August, I don't remember, but when that happened and the stock ran to like $8 and then it just started tanking, you know. It's effectively looking like the same thing right now. So you have a push up and then it's sort of consolidating almost like a caddy or wood. That's really close. It's not exactly the same. It's really close and similar. And we know that on the big macro picture, what this ended up doing to us was dropping us to new lows and then chopping. And I said 470 is off the table because you don't want to go back down there and drop the channel. And that it didn't meet it yesterday made me have some hope. But this is a highly unusual setup for AMC, and there's very rarely a time like, I would love to see it, but there's very rarely a time where this kind of a move results in good things, when it's like this kind of flat move in. It's just not a typical AMC move. And the only time I've seen it is that curtain rod bit that I talk about, where it kind of lays up to the side and then drops. So that's what making me look twice at it. Really wanted to see that bounce out here and trade high. The mechanical nature of it is what it is, but I mean at this point it's sort of self-explanatory. The 508 is your main creek level. And then I think this is essentially like a flagging motion. You want to break out of it and head back out. So ideally that's what happens here, is that you break out and head back to the upside. Because at this venture, and I'm not saying it has to go super low, but at this venture, like it just looks like this is where I know I was saying this is it earlier, but now I'm like, well, I would say that, except that it didn't really react. And then this ends up just looking like another series of, I wish there was an easier way to explain it. So this like motif we look at all the time, which is this guy here. And I talk about this quite a bit. This one. In the end, depending on how it sets up, it's basically, it could be looked at as an accumulation or a distribution, and it's very similar to some of the Wyckoff with phase B and then a potential spring and a retest. But it's just sort of like a model of wave formation, I think. I don't think there's much else to it. Meaning, it can kind of take any direction. So by itself, you couldn't say this is always like a bullish bottom or this is always a bearish continuation pattern. By itself, you might look at it and say it looks kind of like a diamond. You know, by itself, you could look at it and say, all right, well, there's some kind of a narrowing here and then expansion and then a narrowing and then it continues. You know, and those are all things that are part of, you know, why coffee and set up too, because this could be like a, you know, a spring test here, and you can have more parts to this. You can see how it would work as a multitude of different things. It also could be that this is like an upthrust, and this is what happened to us on the August 2022 move, where this upthrusted and became like a cat ear. Okay, and then it broke down. Those are all things that I would look at and consider when I consider this kind of a bottoming action. And I've already talked about, to a large degree, how you would interpret that in terms of waves. Usually, the stronger is just easier and better. So it's typically like, you know, your phase B bottom is a lot higher. That's kind of what I was hoping for here. And then you just kind of advance and you just leave. And this right here, this is the breakdown that is more typical of that advancement, where you get this higher cat ear and then it breaks down, but it doesn't come as low, and then it bounces out and it never makes another low, and then it just advances. That's an LPS, right? This is probably the easiest and strongest read pattern. Now you're kind of looking at it like, well, you know, kind of looks like that, but the challenge is this, and that is that when this has happened in the past, if depending on where this is in the scheme of things, you could interpret this area the same way that you interpret this area. Does that make sense? But notice that this first region here actually drops. The second region here returns and goes to the upside. So the big difference between the two usually is that this is a very flat area in the middle. It's usually extremely flat, and then it breaks down. And so instead of, you know, oh, we broke down and we're in good shape, or excuse me, we're advancing like back down here. So this usually has much bigger moves to the upside, and it jumps creeks and it advances this way, right? And this is how you would see it. This tends to be very flat, and it tends to produce that curtain rod drop. So my internal debate right now is, what am I actually looking at? Am I looking at, because I don't know. It's too close to they're all the same area, you know. Am I looking at this or am I looking at this? I don't know. And I don't know because it's level with this previous area, which both of these, usually this one's on top of it, which is kind of why I was like, oh no, it could be like this, where it's going to just drop off a cliff all of a sudden. And we got that up thrust, which bothers me. That big pump and dump right there, that bugs me a lot. And that's more typical of like this first area, where you come in, you kind of flatten out, and then you just drop. And frankly, on AMC, historically, it's come down and made a new low. And in our case, I don't know exactly where it would be, but it could be pretty significantly low because of this drop here. So I know some folks were saying earlier that they thought it was going to go really far down. And I was like, I don't really know, you know. This would be a case for that, because if you break down here, this last kind of angle of support from back here definitely looks like if you broke down, you could slide really low. Potentially. You could slide all the way back down, and that's your 450s. That puts us in a bad spot. That puts us in a spot where that up thrust looks a whole lot more like a distribution. And then I have to ask the question, why in the world would you do that? and then drop all the way back down to the 450s. I don't know. This is frustrating. That to me would look, I can't, it's hard for me to imagine it doing anything good going down there. I know it's a target, like it's been a target, but I just can't see, I don't know what people are looking at, but I can't see that bearish, I can't see that bullish outcome. Maybe they're looking at this and they're expecting that drop to be like right here tomorrow and drop all the way down to like 460. But I just don't see how that's a good outcome. It just looks like, then it would just look like repeated up thrusts here and then here in order to get low. And you basically, at that point, I mean, you're out of any kind of channel. It doesn't exist anymore. You'd also be in a pretty bad spot timing wise, because now you're again in a wave turn that should be turning up, you know, and instead you're dropping. I guess you could argue that it's like close to the golden pocket, but I wouldn't know how to read it. I'll just be honest. I think I'd be pretty lost. I'll always do my best. I always do my best to try to figure out something, but I just don't. In terms of range analysis, there would have to be a pretty massive spring action there. Otherwise, I couldn't see it. I just don't understand why you'd come all the way over the top. That was a very deliberate move. That wasn't because of the... I know people say it's because of the halt, but it was a very deliberate move to come up that high and then sell back down. So it would be very strange if it went low again. Dang it. Trying to think, like, what would that accomplish? There's a 786 retracement. I just don't think that's that big of a deal. Like, who cares, you know? Even in and of itself, that's not really a good reason to come low. Okay. Well, it's there. So if there was any question about that, like whether or not that was even possible, and I never said it wasn't possible. I just said I didn't think it was the most likely thing. But if there was a question about whether that was possible, I would say it's definitely possible. So we had Dave on here earlier. He was talking about coming low to maybe 460s. I can see it, you know, in this setup, because if it's this former one right here where it's not moved yet, then you're really just up thrusting in order to like drive the price down. Could still be a bottoming action, but it would have to basically recover back above 5. This would be like a support. It's confusing. It just looks weak to me. It'd be really confusing. And then your exit is dragged back down perhaps as well. So if you couldn't manage to get that move presently back up, your exit gets dragged low potentially. So what are some things that could save us from that? There's two possibilities. One is that I'm wrong and we're already out of that. Somehow it's just really weird looking and flat. We've already done kind of the drop off up here, and then the rest of this is just working itself out really low and flat. I find that to be highly unusual. This looks to me like a series of repeated moves that are getting sold back down through 513 because of the way that it reacted after it got back below 513. So yesterday when it came down, we knew that 513 was the level we were probably going to come back to, and then maybe 5. But notice how it's like hovering above 5 and doing this kind of like push up, push up. This is more distributive than anything else. It doesn't look like that nice bouncing motion that you get in accumulations. Yeah, the volume in the buying is fine. That's not the problem. It's the nature of the really low kind of bottoms on these. And ultimately that U shape is always distressing. I always feel like that's a little off. So here's a couple things that could save us from that. So like one, as unusual as this would be, in my opinion, I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's unusual because AMC doesn't usually do this. It doesn't like rounded bottoms. You just don't see them. Usually you get that nice pointed bounce in to a bottom. You go back and look, you will struggle to find a rounded bottom like this. They just don't exist. Not on AMC. Almost always that rounded portion like this is more of a sign of distribution. We almost always have this nice bouncing kind of bottom, and that's normal for the market. Like, it just doesn't have like this one you might argue is rounded, but it really isn't. I mean, there's a clear pointed bottom, and it's obviously like a V shape. Zooming out, there's just not a lot. I can't find like a rounded structure. This is kind of close to it. This is sort of what we're looking at now, possibly too. This sort of a diamondy structure. This is the one that very similar to the one we just drew. You know, that's kind of rounded. It's still got that nice drop. Yeah, you just don't see it. I guess it could be like this, where you're getting that rounded structure, but it's doing it in a way that's building out an appropriate accumulation. Unfortunately, what seems more likely is something like this, right, where it's getting this big upthrust and then it's kind of flattening, and then it still has a drop that's in store. And so this will be the motif, if you will, for potential good things. So if this is kind of a repeat in some ways, it looks like it, right? You've got this shallow S-curve with a big upthrust. It's kind of a repeat of what we experienced here. I mean, who knows? I guess it could be. Maybe that upthrust that we're seeing right here on that tail end represents this actual, I mean, maybe it is in and of itself. You guys are like, what? If it's a shrinking model, then this little upthrust could actually represent this, which represents the larger. I'm not going to sit here and try to do that, but what I'm trying to say is that there's a model of trading in this range, and so it could be that the model is to have that advancement come back down. It would have to be this. This is flattening. I don't know. All right, anywho. So here's the way out. One is you get a drop, but it doesn't actually go low. It goes to maybe just below 5 or something, and then it recovers, and it comes all the way back up, and it breaks out here, and then advances. That's a possibility. Then the other one, which I think is far less likely, is that we actually just go from here. That's a very strange situation. Like, I don't feel like AMC's has really done this before, and I'd still be worried about that U shape, you know. And then I would be like, okay, well, we need to have some kind of a bottom like this before we could continue. This seems possible if would have been felt more possible if we had moved up earlier, because I was looking for this move, and it never really happened. You know, we didn't ever really get this push out that pushed highs and then came down. Instead, we stayed really low, did one downward motion towards 5, didn't get there, and then we worked our way back up. And this just looks like, it frankly just looks like it's it's just distributing. Like it's having trouble, can't get over 513. So this looks like an up thrust, and it came below it, and then we're trying it again, it came below it. If it fails again, I think you're going to have a pretty significant drop. I know it looks like it's outside of my little parallels, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not like super confident about those either. They might be slightly off. So from the top, if you measured out to this other point, you probably think it just hasn't left yet, you know. Let's test that out. I hate to be like that, but it didn't really move. I hope I'm wrong about that, but it didn't really move in a very bullish way this afternoon. It stayed flat, which is exactly the opposite of what I wanted. Man, it looks like a... That's frustrating. Okay. So on MPW, it did come back down. It retested this creek almost perfectly right there. Then it jumped up and retested this level, and then it pushed off from 489. That's fine. Just checking back testing levels. And an SOS, you typically what you want to see is that if it does make advancements, it's kind of chopping here and continue to make higher lows. It can make lower highs, but you want to see it kind of have decently low volume. Everything looks like a cat here right now, but like even if that happened and dropped one more time, like it'd be fine because there will be a healthy range. What you don't want to see is you don't want to see like repeated up thrusts that fail with like, you know, relative signs of weakness and stuff like that. That's more of a sign of distribution. So this would be really unusual if it just ran from here, because not because we were bullish earlier. I mean, we're talking about it. We're pretty bullish all day today. If you came back and you're like, why is he not as bullish? It just has to do with this flattening and then these up thrusts above 513 and like our inability to kind of hold that level. I'm having a hard time interpreting this, what looks like a big cup motion, as something bullish, which is usually not. It's usually like you're getting pinned beneath something, right? And it's pretty evident to me anyways that something is 513 area. So we're at 514, which is fine. We really need to trade above it. And it's significant because in the grand scheme of things, it's kind of the difference between like I've already made this drop versus like I haven't yet made this drop. And if you haven't yet made this drop, there's just a possibility here of some pretty significant lows. So there's two ways out. One is that you just advance and you say, all right, well, it doesn't matter. It's super strong. You get this giant J-shape advancement, and that really could propel you. Frankly, something like that the only time I've seen that kind of stuff on AMC with those rounded ones, maybe again, is looking back at like the earliest moves on AMC, like the big ones. But almost all the time, that usually that kind of rounded feature is almost exclusively distributive, you know. So I find it to be a bit of a perplexing one. So we're at 515 right now. So I'd love to see this just kind of race up towards 528 and just kind of go up here. I think we'd be in a possibly better situation going into tomorrow. Hard to say. Part of me wants it to go down, actually. I know it's kind of backwards, but part of me wants it to go down first. Then we would, if we saw a bounce. I hate running up into close. Feels like a trap every time. I guess we'll have to wait and see. So the theory was that sometime today between roughly noon 30 and 3 p.m. Eastern time, that you'd hit like whatever bottom you're going to hit. The way this set up has made me question that because it's not very healthy looking. It looks pretty unhealthy. No, they didn't drop it. They didn't check it. So I felt like it should have happened. And it seemed like they were coming off of... I didn't think they were coming off of 513 at first because we were kind of just chopping through it. But it really was here. And it was right before I took a break today where... I was expecting it to have a bigger reaction up. And... did not. So anyways, there's a lot of ideas here, but I'm gonna just kind of again sort of reduce the noise a little bit, see what I can see. I'm curious about a couple things, so I'm gonna leave the outer one. I'm gonna get rid of the rest. I'll leave these ones. I don't know, man. I think oftentimes when it's looking kind of bearish, like I don't want to just say it. Like I don't want to like be like, oh, it's looking bearish, and then it goes the other way, and you're like, oh, I was wrong. But the last couple of times I felt that way. It was bearish. So sometimes I'm just waiting for like a more obvious sign, like a more obvious signal. And this is more interpretive. And to me, it looks like a UTAD. I guess the obvious signal would be if it broke below this trend. So there's a trend right here. That's obvious because that would signify that the range down here is compromised. You've made a double up thrust, and then you're dropping back through that. And again, that's kind of the reason I don't want to go really low, because I think it would signify some bad things in part. It would be very unique to go really low and then expect it to continue to run. So this to me looks like a bunch of either covering or buying up to a wall, like a sell wall. It's just kind of absorbing it. So I'm going to have to just kind of lean on my instinct and say it's starting to look more like a distribution. But I think that the nature of it might not be that bad if we can find a low, like a shallow S-curve bottom. So I think that's what we want to see. So I'd like to see it come back down to maybe early morning to like 498 or something, just drop and then recover from there. I think it's possible, But if we drop below here, man, it's still nasty looking. No. If this happened today, here's what I would have expected. That's a good question. He's asking about yesterday's spike. If I saw the same thing here, I wouldn't have moved to say it was super unhealthy, but what I would have said is that if this had come down and then like chopped like this the rest of the day, like let's pretend like it didn't go like super high. It just came a bit higher than this bottom. My expectation would be that this is some kind of again, like a cat ear kind of setup. Like this is ear one, this is the junk between the two, and then you're experiencing right here like the second move up. And so all of this would be, I would interpret it as distribution that would then come down. So if you're asking like, does this look bad just because of yesterday? No. I don't mean it's bad in that regard, but here's the difference, right? Because the upthrust often determines the flush intensity. The fact that it came all the way above the range is very unusual. And then unfortunately, like we know this is a huge move. So what we were talking about over here in terms of like a diamond break to the upside, basically you reverse it. Like the price target goes the other way. So if this had only come up to 515 or something, and we saw this chop low, this is kind of what I had drawn out to some degree, just like chopping down here, wave down. That's what I was thinking early in the week. And if that had happened, I think we would have been in a situation we were talking about where, okay, we may drop a bit, but we're only going to drop, maybe this much. So we're going to leg down to 496 or something, and then we're just going to continue because that completes, even on the steepest of S curves, like that would complete this move to the downside. See that? And you'd be like, okay, yeah, I get it. But instead, what we got was this massive move that goes all the way to the top of the range, very high volume, very strange, And I suppose the question is one simply of continuation versus like a shallow S curve versus like a fuller S curve. That's really all I'm trying to say is like the best case scenario right now is that we're just kind of resuming business as usual and we're not actually going to drop. We're just going to come back down and hit that and then advance. But worst case is that you're going to get a full on, and that's different because that would be like us again hitting like a low that's technically higher. You wouldn't come back down again. Does that make sense? There wouldn't be a lower low. So the challenge isn't that this big move happened. It's that the implications of the big move are quite severe, because then you're talking about a potential massive drop off of 513. I think that's where this struggle is coming from. And by not advancing, and propelling us back up to this pocket, we kind of lose that elevated pitch to the upside. I mean, it's a debatable thing. I think we looked at this earlier, and I said, what was that angle? This was like, I don't know. I'm not gonna be able to draw it perfectly, like 139 or something. It's like over here, right? So we were looking at this thing. If it went flat, it'd be right in this pocket. But if it was an elevated angle where it's kind of rising, it would be up here. And that's what I was looking at earlier, thinking, well, it measures out really well to get to a historic support level at 532 and then break and go up, because that's the measurement. But for convenience sake, that's kind of what I would lean on, because I'm like, yeah, it makes sense, looks good. But in terms of a full-on drop here, we're talking about something else. There's a lot that could be questioned. This is a pretty significant move. This is back to 430. So the distance that we made on that extension equals 430. And, you know, to that end, you might say, hey, man, it could just be like a double bottom. Maybe. Except that we didn't really come down that far. We actually would be making a new low, and maybe it's a spring. I don't know. I don't know how you can interpret it. I find that to be a very challenging range to interpret. Like, to come all the way back down to 430, just as a range, ignoring the fact that it's outside of the channels, which it would be for sure. Like, it would definitely be a breakdown of any kind of channel markers that we have right now. Outside of that, what else could you do there at 430? Double bottom, potentially dip slightly below, you know, in a spring action. What's the point? Are we driving it down in order to cover a short position? Or are we driving it down because this is actually like a big upthrust and then a hook, you know, at the same time? Like, we checked this creek going up, rejected it, and now we're going to head low. I mean, there's just so many question marks there. And some folks are going to probably look at it and they're going to say, dude, it's not that complicated. It's super simple. Like, it's just going to go down and double bottom, and it's going to be really bullish. But the way I see things is that when they build out, it's not a special knowledge. It's just that when this stuff builds out, it's building out on supports and resistances based on like wave trajectory, like directional trajectory. And so if you come back up and you retest a trajectory and you fail, that's almost always that's what we see. Well, I should say this. I wouldn't say almost always. I should say this instead. That's what you see in distribution. So whether or not it is the case, that's what you see in distribution. Does that make sense? Like, distribution does that, like always. So it would look to me like a continual rejection of advancement, as opposed to something far more bullish, right? And I just don't see the point in breaking back above the top, making new highs. Like, what was the point of that? Well, I don't want to go to 430. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to do that. And that's kind of this drawing that I made was saying, like, yeah, that's kind of the only other option you have when you look at this top, because if this ends up being distribution, it will drop the creek, which is very steep, and then it will not make a higher low. It will continue down. It's a terminal shake if it's bullish, and that's the best case scenario that I could come up with. So I don't know, kind of not sure. The other thing we have is this one, this blue guy coming down. Again, I was optimistic we wouldn't hit that low, but if we did, it could be like almost a full-on move back down to 482 again. You might say, hey, that's not that bad. No, it's not horrible. I don't want to drop this trend here, so it stinks, man. Went from like elated to deflated. I thought it looked really good earlier, but this build out today is just messy. It's bad. Sorry. It's a bummer. It's just this, it failed to, this would have been very different had we made advancements early in the day and then bottomed and then, you know what I mean? Like, crossed in a much stronger way, like higher advancements. Instead, we like kind of pushed down into a corner and then we stayed really flat. And then we ended the day with these up thrusts. That's not the best. So I'd like to see if we can find a bottom. Maybe here, if it drops low, it can like rebound. You know, that's kind of my only real hope right now is that you're going to get something shallow and it's going to rebound tomorrow. I'll take a shallow S curve. Those are good. That's where it looks like it's going to continue for a longer, and then it just rebounds. And by the way, I mean that one is in a lot of places too. You know, the concern is the way in which this is set up. I think that's why I'm concerned, because just the massive magnitude of that move, to meet that on the other side would be very, very difficult, I think. So, you know, you look at the big picture. We had a big shallow S curve, you know, on AMC over the last several months, and that ended in a massive bounce out. So it's just a question of, again, are you in the middle or are you on the bottom? Are you in the middle here where this could, you know, full on S curve through? Or have you already made that move and you're really like kind of bouncing out now on this final move here? And that's a difficult one to ask. I don't know. Because of where we are, it looks kind of like both. But I'm leaning towards a little more towards bearish, unfortunately. Stinks. Well, yeah, it's weird too. I'm like trying to think like why would you do that, you know? If you're really bullish, what would be the purpose? And you can always shake out more people, I guess. But I just don't understand it. I wouldn't understand the move. Unless it's to let that 350,000 short position out at 450 or something. That's where their TARC was. 448 was their average. Or at least that's where they announced it. So unless you're going back down there to like let a bunch of shorts out, your own shorts out of a play, which seems kind of silly. I'm not really sure I get it. Yeah, I don't get it. Timing's almost done though. I mean it should be finished by tomorrow over here. When it's starting to irritate me. Closing over 508 is probably good. So if we can close over 508, that'd be a plus. Because that would indicate at least that's acting as some kind of a support currently. You could see that as a stronger bounce possibility if we were to hold 508. I could just bounce off of that. But for now, it just doesn't look like. It looks like they're distributing for whatever reason below 513. So, or above 513. So I'm going to revisit this. Let's take a look at GME. Kind of the same thing, you know? It's like, it just doesn't look as bad because GME didn't do any kind of crazy dramatic move. To me, GME looks like if it dropped, there goes AMC. To me, it looks like if GME dropped, it would drop. If it did drop lower, even if it did, it would be on the other side of this trend here. You know, it would potentially hold higher lows. It's just the nature of the move, you know. It doesn't look quite as bad to me. It looks a little healthier. So, we'll see. So if it drops, I don't think it's going to go super low below 25 necessarily. They're very inverted today, aren't they? Yeah, it looks like IWM's kind of hitting another peak. So it went a little crazy in terms of this reactive move. It's not a perfect way to measure, but you can use the swing around this marker, and it kind of looks like it's close to done, if not done. Like maybe you can come up to 224. It's basically there. So I wouldn't necessarily expect a whole lot more from IWM here. Maybe we get a bigger move up to that 227, but based on the way this went, it didn't end up going down again. So this looks like the reactive move across. So if it can advance, it's probably going to do so after it finds some support. That's my thought there. I don't know where that would be exactly, but maybe here. Need to come back to like 221, hold. Potentially could advance some more. Otherwise, this could be setting up for another sell-off on the top, to sell off high. It looks like AMC closed at 508, but it's already kind of sliding. Did it close at 508? It's kind of like right on the edge of 507. So I wouldn't be surprised if yours says 507. To me, it looked like it dropped below this trend, or this horizontal. It doesn't look like it held, but it does, at least on my chart it says 508 visibly. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this. Did this come above the top, or did it double top? Kind of looks like a double top. Triple top. 497, 497. Yeah, it's potentially a double top. We'll see. This hit the right markers here, but since it double topped, it's hard to suggest it would just run. I know it's moving in after hours, which is unusual for it, but it doesn't do. Usually, it's like a mixed bag. MPW doesn't usually move very much in after hours at all, unless it's going to have like a pretty major gap moment. I know that's like every stock, right? But you don't really see it that much. You know, the gaps are usually only on these bigger levels. So I don't know. It'd have to be a pretty significant moment to have a big gap to the upside here. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, GME looks okay. It's also having trouble getting back above 2560, and it closed at 2550, so it's not that different from AMC in that regard. Like, they both were struggling to move over those top levels today. AMC at 513 and GME at 2560. So in the grand scheme of things, if you didn't feel like the analysis I was giving made a lot of sense, or you were like wondering if and when I could be wrong about this being downward or whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, it just basically was flat. And once we made the move down, it stayed basically flat and pinned between 508 and 513 most of the day. And then it had some lows, that came down pretty low to 502. Let's look at that daily candle. It probably doesn't look very great, but yeah, this looks like a... This doesn't look good. Yeah, so you can see why I'm like not in favor of a huge drop here, because if you look at the daily, that just to me looks like a typical like kind of cat ear crossing here. you know, we had like the paw and then like ear 1, ear 2. And this just looks like a hook, frankly. So if we were to start dropping right now, like this could go full on like dumping. I mean, it's clearly like struggling. So it's very odd to me because that came over the high, which is just super strange. So we really want to see that bottom and like reverse. I just don't know how else to stress it. So I don't know how else to stress that it's a very important region right here, you know. Gonna have to start looking at low targets again. We're not there yet, but if it were to drop below, you know, this marker down here, and then come below here to like where some folks are saying like 460 or 450. I mean, to me, it's like that couldn't have been. I don't know what it could have been, you know, like an up thrust, but it just doesn't make sense to me as much else. And it almost makes me feel like you'd see something similar here and just come really low. And 380 was one that kept coming up a long time ago. Very, very different. I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to try to see at least where those kind of final markers would be. So at least I could say like, here's the last straw kind of thing. I want to say it's right there. You can just sort of see it visually right in this little pocket right above like 480, 478, that region. Just don't want to see it go below there. In the grand scheme of things, if you were to ignore sort of all this other stuff that I've been talking about, and you just kind of were like looking at this as a possible S curve, you can see the sort of where that stress lies, the stress point lies. It's that here you have support, right? So this orange line is kind of your last leg to stand on, right? And you can see how this would be like a cat ear into that orange line, which is typical. You know, it's a typical setup for AMC. It just is. You know, you get the first one. It's usually got a couple different moves in it. You get the second one. Often it's got the 4 distinct tops to it. And then that's that, you know. You're in a place right now where on the daily, you're at the 50. So either way, you've got a lot of space. Got a lot of space to the upside, got a lot of space to the downside. You know, either way. My thought has been that we're going to see that second move up because I think this is a bigger version. There's a bigger version of this cat ear, right? And you're destined to come up and make, let's call it like the ear right here, right? With the more high second ear on the big picture. That's what we did in June. Like if you go back and look at the big run-ups, the first one is kind of like your first push, you know, the ear, if you will. And the second is that, here, let's zoom back a little bit and you'll see it. Do you see this back here? So this is, actually that's not the right spot, hang on. It's pretty similar to that though. This little area and this little area. So you see this? So this is what I'm talking about. So here you have big push, right? You've got ear 1, and then ear 2 is kind of this weird, and I think this is pretty healthy because it actually rises with the SOS here. But it's there, you know, it's right here. So I would say like the overall picture of it is very different even right now. But this is what I would say would be your second, right? And then it nosedives. and then you have like the macro one, which ends up being this really large push up and stays quite high just above, you know, that top. And this is where you've got that bigger kind of cattier setup right there. So we're talking about like a very similar idea here in theory. And even though it may not seem like high enough to come up to like 13 something or 18 something, it's right. I mean, it's the right area. You're talking about this region right here, just above these tops. I mean, no matter how you draw it, if you take it from 11 to 18, that would be roughly that pocket region here. You'd intercept the creeks in just the right way, you know, and it would give you a chance to have a higher distribution going into perhaps something like earnings, where you could have that kind of like higher top, you know, and then start your more longer term, we call it a sell off, but you know, it would be a longer term distribution up here above 11. And that to me makes a lot of sense, in the grand scheme of things, to do this right now and go ahead and get that check than it would be to drive the price low. The argument, I guess the counter argument is just, again, that maybe if you drive the price low first, you're really just going back, you know, to retest this creek here, and that after that, then you can kind of come back up, you know. And perhaps because in the original run up, that creek wasn't that, maybe you would argue, well, it wasn't that, you know, it didn't have to come, but it didn't really have to. Like that's the weird thing. I'm trying to make a point here, but it's not really, maybe it's not sinking in. Is this did come back down. It came back down in that first move, and then it just reaccumulated. It didn't ever come back down again, and it could have. You could have easily sat here and argued that it needed to come back down again, like it hadn't done enough of a check down low. It had to come back and you know, test it or something. But I guess the difference is how elevated this is. Maybe it didn't come low enough, you know, and now we're going to need to come back down. That's about the only argument I could make in this case for like a bear move right now to come down to like the 380s. Maybe you could do that into earnings and then break out. It's frustrating though, and it would be really weird in some ways. So I would say this orange pocket is probably the one I would watch for. Just normally, if we break this after building like an upward movement, normally if we break this, it's usually at the end of the cat ear, and it's usually more bearish in nature. It just is. Now that we've made an up thrust here, even more so, because you're like, oh, we already tested high and failed, and then we came back down or whatever. So you'd have to make that as part of it, or take that as part of it, you know. Maybe it was just to kind of retest some things on a lot of different indicators. I don't know. It's a strange happenings, you know. I'm trying to think about it like, and kind of argue with what I'd been talking about earlier in the day, which was to have a pretty clean setup here. This would have to find a higher low and then continue. But if it didn't, and it rejects again, and it kind of does on the daily, doesn't it? It looks like it rejects off of 532. It could basically just start dropping. I feel like there might be something I'm missing, something big. This is not a very huge amount of space. We're pretty close already. This is not the same as the parallel, but it's at 484 again. I don't know. It doesn't really make sense. It'd probably be higher than that. It'd be like 487. So the local creek to me looks like more like 496. And then there's another one. If it dropped again, these could be your shallow S curves, you know, basically here to like 487. Those are the markers that I would use. And I think if it broke through those, yeah, we're like free falling, probably really low. Then you can get the 450, the infamous 450 that folks have been talking about. So I don't know what to make of it then. I mean, if it happened in like a day and then it recovered in like a day, that's one thing. But if it took like a long time, that's something else. So maybe we should flip the chart. Sometimes flipping the chart helps. Let's see what's going on. That just looks like a spring, like an inverted spring. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how you could argue that coming down here would be good. Somehow good for it. Unless it would just have to be some kind of a, I don't even know. It doesn't make sense. I need just this line. Hang on. I just need like one line. I lost my line. I should have, oh well. I don't know where it went. I thought I had not grabbed it, but apparently I did. So where is it? They put that in the bottom of the group? I mean, I don't know. That looks like it checked it to me. Doesn't it? I just put it out there. I mean, it looks like it checked it, jumped the creek. Like, both of those look good. It's just slightly different, but yeah. I mean, to me, it looks like it's checked. I don't. It seems like if you drop down, you'd have to come to like 390 or something. Like, I don't know where else you could go. You just, because like, why would you come anywhere else? You know what I mean? There's no point. Maybe this level, like right at 4. It just looks like it's checked to me. And I know you can take this and like widen it, but then you don't get the hit here on this one. This one actually does a pretty good job of hitting all the markers. I'm not sure if there's a better way to illustrate this. Probably could mess with it. Maybe like that. Still, it's like, where would you go, you know? I don't know. It seems right to me. Yeah. Probably 350 or 360. It's confusing. I know, we're upside down. Well, here's what I'm concerned about. So when you look at this, it's evident anyways that this move here, like look at the big picture, right? This move here, if you were to look at this and say you thought this was a reaccumulation to the other way, like the other way. So you're reaccumulating, so it's like a redistribution rather, not an accumulation, but you're redistributing. This is like your classic cat ear redistribution. And you flip the chart over, you can kind of see how this would be like an early, potentially an early kind of SOS. You know, maybe this is your climax. I don't know, either one. But this is basically your bottom, and then this would be like a phase B bottom right here. So here's the concern, right? Is that there's two things that were checked, and they're misleading because one of them is saying you're bullish, and that's this one. So the first thing that was tested was this, and it very evidently went through when it dropped. And this is funny because we're not always looking at the biggest possible picture, you know. When we look at this, we're like, oh yeah, it definitely dripped, you know, at least on the daily, it looks like it went through it. Now, if you go to like the 4 hour, it doesn't look like it went through it. But on the daily, it looks like it checked. And you're like, all right, it's there, it checked it. But then it immediately goes back up and it checks the top. And this all happens in like a matter of minutes. And then during that time period, that's when there was the halt, you know, for like an hour. But it basically, these both happen within minutes of each other. Very unusual, right? So the 508 that we've been looking at as a significant region was a support here, you know, and it was something that I know when you flip the chart, it might be a little confusing, but just check out the nature of this. So first it goes this way and it checks the breakdown. Then it goes this way and it checks the breakout. And if I were looking at this from if I assumed that this, if I didn't know what this was and someone showed me this, I would be like, okay, where's the top, you know, top. I don't know. It's just to be hard to argue that this is somehow advantage bulls here, you know? Like, it just doesn't seem like it is. And If it doesn't hold here, I mean. That's the question I'm asking. I'm not asking if this has already changed, but I'm asking if this were to drop, what would that look like? You know, what would I see in that? I don't know. I genuinely can't imagine this going way down. This is the simple thing, like 460 is right there, right? So if it drops down to 460, that's a previous level of support. You'd be like, okay, go to 460 though, right? Yeah, but then it perceives itself as a breakdown. I mean, regardless of what you think about 460 as a support, it's still breaking down out of that trend after making a push to a high and failing to advance. That to me is not positive. If I saw that anywhere else on the chart, I would assume bad things were coming, you know, like that you're probably going to see a full on retracement down pretty low, maybe as low as, you know, this 350s area. Let's just say 350. Russell 2000. Nothing's happening. Just made you look. So, and then in just the interest of, in the interest of this setup, I just don't want it to go down again, I guess. And if it does, I don't want it to go below 488. I think it's that simple. I think I just need to leave it at that. Like, it can have this bounce here, but then because it came high, it's just messed up. This one didn't do that. It stayed low, and it bounced low. So it's already kind of messed up looking. Man, I wish it had stayed low. I wish I hadn't gone above 540. Wouldn't be having this conversation. This just bothers me a lot. It looks like it could be like a spring here. All it would need to do is jump the creek. And then you'd have like a, I mean, it's super straightforward. And you'd head down to the bottoms and check. That's the way it usually goes, you know. So I'm trying to make a bear case here if I don't know what that to do with that. This one's odd. This is super, super steep. This is like way down there. It doesn't seem right. I think I'd probably use this one instead. The actual trend instead of the high. So if this were a normal like cat ear, you know, breakdown, as I call it, I'd probably go back and look at the first ear and look at the cross trend here, because that's the wave down. So yeah, I think this assertion is right. I think that the end result of this is like the 350 area, and then it's hard to argue why you wouldn't even go ahead and get the gap fill. I think it'd be a really tough one to sell me on. Like, well, you're already here. Why not go ahead and get it? This is the way I would see it. I can't see coming down to just 350 or whatever. It's just not after that. Bull case scenario here is like pretty straightforward. You just don't break down. It's that simple. And then you can just advance. This is just a weird like SOS kind of motion, and then there's a backup. You don't drop, and then you advance again. It'd be a very strange end, but I do not want to be below 480. I don't want to drop to 460 and then like hook here. I think that's basically what you see in this. This is essentially like the end here. It's the same thing. So it's pretty annoying. I don't think we'd revisit this creek. I don't think that's the one in question. I think that one's done. I think that was this jump here. Moved away from it. I think that it's this lower one here. This kind of flat one. And then that leads you to some other possibilities. Maybe coming down super low. So ugh. Quite the opposite. Just got to make a higher low. It still looks really dumb though. I'm not really sure I understand it completely. So opposite that it makes me kind of chuckle because of how ridiculously different they are. It's almost absurd. It's like completely backwards. What if there's another way I can find 1388 as favorable? Well, if he dilutes, it's definitely going to just dump. That would send it down. Yeah, that's a long time. That's a long time. I think if there was dilution news, it would be pretty huge, so keep an ear open for it. I mean, I guess it could be possible they do both. Seems odd. But if it hit on earnings and then went straight up, I don't know. Maybe it's possible. Yeah, I guess it seems silly, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, I guess. That would be really weird. Really weird. Well, I got nothing else. So I don't have any kind of greater story to tell here. I think that the holding is really important. I think that the dynamic of this bizarre like movement yesterday does kind of change some things, but ultimately it's not over till the breakdown. So there's no answer, and I'm looking for answers where there just isn't one yet. It's just time will tell, because if you do see that breakdown, I think there's a strong possibility this could go ahead and be like the major sell down that we've been kind of worried about for a while. And it's frustrating because anytime you come into these situations that you're in the same boat every time. um, like there's always a chance that there's a breakout, there's always a chance there's a breakdown. It's never any different. It really doesn't matter. And I know that folks would be disappointed, but it's also just the nature of it. So anytime we see that push up cat ear into the second one, I'm always thinking in the back of my head, like, there could be a big drop at the end. You know, that's just ingrained now because of how long we've traded it. I'm really concerned that could have been it right there. That could have been that up thrust, because it didn't immediately respond with strength. You know. One thing that I keep going back to is that it went down first. That's the one thing that I'm like, I don't know. Went down first, didn't go up first. Went down and tested the lows first, then advanced. That's why I think if it can hold here, it can continue. It'd be like watching this go like this. I know it's not exactly like this because it didn't hit like this marker, but there is a trend here, right? And it was like it just did that first, like went down first, then up. And that's just unusual. And you would think, like, if something like that happened, I would probably be like, well, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of where I'm at now. Like, I'm not really sure. You could think that, yeah, it could still break down. I don't know that any examples off the top of my head where that flush motion went the other way. It's like a 1, 2, 3. It would be weird. Part of me thinks it'd be more like that. Just because it went down first. That's the only thing that I'm kind of keep going back to. So yeah, that's not great. It's got to hold. I'm not gonna. I know folks that look at these like lower targets. I don't think that they use these kind of ideas of Wyckoff distribution. I think a lot of them are just looking at support levels, and they're just thinking that there's a need for certain support levels. But I think that this is it's either needs, if it dropped, it'd have to have a pretty serious major change of character, like immediately. That's what I was saying. Probably the only situation here that would look good to me is if it basically flush down, flush up, flush back down really low, and then hits hard and then essentially just reverses in like massive strength. That's like it. I can't not imagine anything else working. I'd have to have some huge terminal move It's the only thing I can think because it's already hit the top and failed. I really wish it had just held up above there. That'd been nice. Hmm. I don't know. I think it has something to do with those shorts that were in the play. The two bearish, bigger bearish positions. What's the what? I don't know. Well, you can do what you want to do. It's not a. I mean, I really don't think it's over until this breakdown happens. So I don't really think there's any kind of an answer, regardless, because I think it would be a little too uncertain here to be like 100% either way. I don't think this push is effective. That's what bothers me about it. And it really, I know it sounds weird, but it's like that price action in the afternoon today really threw me off. This is not what you want to see on a buyback in. By the way, this might look ridiculous, but these percentages are pretty significant, you know, in terms of like. Yeah, I just don't know. That's a silly downward move. Yep. Yeah, I think that yesterday and today would have to be the last major lows, and then that would be the only way I could see this kind of in a more positive way right now. You just be stuck forever between 3 and 6. It'd be hard for me to argue it's going to go all the way down and then all the way back up. That'd be really weird. I feel like if it did this, it would be more appropriate to have a lower target. Like maybe not even back above 5. Seemed more reasonable. I don't know, man. Our AMC and GME are a little different in this way, but GME's not really shown a breakdown yet. I mean, it's just not close to it. It'd have to come pretty low for me to be like, yeah, it's done. I would say even down to like 2370 something, I'd be like, huh, you know? So it's weird to me that like to think about this in terms of like their comparison here, because I guess I don't really see it. I mean, you could look at it, I guess, like a Head and Shoulder or something. Then you could have an argument that it's going to drop really low. But in terms of like a creek, it's not even close to like really breaking it. So I don't know, be weird. This is a really strange RSI, isn't it? Just kind of like rising up. I don't know what to make of that. Price coming down. Normally I'd be like, it's divergent, but instead it's like, I have no idea. You know, kind of looks like a place you'd sell from. The RSI is overcooked. I suppose it'd be the same or similar in terms of like the breakdown, because you probably have some kind of a drop here comparable to this first leg. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. It's coming down real low. Boy, that would really throw everybody off, huh? Really throw everyone off. It'd be horrible. It'd be awful. It's the same deal. I think if it came below, I'd just be out. I just don't think we can go lower, much lower. So it's gonna be a tight one this week. Probably gonna be right on the edge most of the time. All right. Well, move on. See what tomorrow offers. All right, I'm heading off. Hope you guys have a good one. Talk to you later.